population stood on a wide range of issues, because I found that when I came onto the board and eventually got elected as the board chair, that it was unclear to me where we stood on some issues. And it wasn't clear, like, have we ever decided on that? And so I thought the idea of creating this where we stand statement list was useful. And we circulated these, or a series of board members created these. And then in order to get them institutionalized, we want to create them, make them into resolutions that would be passed today. And the objective of this discussion, we'll go through them one at a time here. We don't want to micro edit these. I think most of you have seen these many times, and they've been edited and refined. And I think the importance of this is, if you want to know about any one of these issues, you can read one of these resolutions and you'll get the gist of what we think and why, which is really important, I think, for us to understand on the board, all of our members and our affiliates and the public in general, and the legislators or whoever, that we deal with. So, I mean, there's a real benefit to having these resolutions in place. So, with that in mind, we'll start with the first one, which is grizzly bear management in Montana. You heard a lot of this already. Some windy individual came up and talked at length. One thing about this is that several of the bills that are currently in play are not on this resolution, but that doesn't mean that it's invalid. And we can add that, we can amend this resolution later on. This resolution highlights many of the poor pieces of legislation that came out of the 2021 legislature. But does anybody have any comments about the grizzly bear resolution?
Just real quick, Chris, is the goal of these overall to be public facing, that we can forward to people to show?
They'll be posted on the website and they'll be publicly available, yes. And that's really the objective of these, so that everybody can know where we stand on these things. And we can all be reminded on issues. What did we say about bison?
I think I'll add another thing to it, though. We do still have the where we stand statements, which are more content than some of these resolutions. And they're important pieces of work that we've got completed also. Yeah. And we'll have those available.
Yeah. We started with the where we stand statements, which are more detailed. Then we went back to the resolutions, which are more concise. And so if you're interested in a particular issue, we always ask that everybody go to the where we stand statements themselves. Okay, issues related to grizzly bears and the grizzly bear resolution. Notice the third paragraph there is, whereas MWF has long supported management actions that would lead to healthy and robust bear populations and the recovery and delisting of the grizzly bear. We've always been in favor of delisting the grizzly bear, but it needs to be done right. And that's the fundamental part of the resolution. So, any comments? So, all those in favor of the grizzly bear resolution, raise your hand. All those opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. The second one is on native fish. And the native fish one talks about many things we talked about this morning: dewatering your streams and the importance of fish to the outdoor economy. Yeah, okay, right. I've been reminded of Robert's rules again. Who's Robert anyway? I thought it was Frank's rules, but anyway. Okay. So, do we have a motion to accept the grizzly bear resolution?
I'll second.
All right, there we go. Very good. Frank will keep record of who motions and who seconds. Okay. All right. Now we're going on to the native fish resolution. Important to deal with native fish, particularly because of all the invasive fish that are out there, and bucket biologists that continually onslaught aquatic ecosystems in Montana. Any comments or ideas about the native fish resolution?
I move we adopt the resolution.
Okay.
While we're moving along, I'd like to recognize Glenn, because Glenn single-handedly put these into resolutions while he was recovering from knee surgery, so he made useful use of his time there. So, thank you, Glenn, for doing that. Okay, did you get that one, Frank? Okay. Okay, the next one is in forest management and wildlife in Montana.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Robert, that's Kathy's rules for that.
All right, I'll get this right, you know, I need a gavel. I don't have a gavel either. So, all right. All those in favor of the native fish resolution, please raise your hand. Opposed? All right, passed unanimously.
Remind Harvey he gets a vote.
Yeah, Harvey, wake up back there. You can vote too.
He's a board emeritus.
You can vote. You can vote. All right, the next one is on forest management and wildlife in Montana. You might want to look at that one for a minute. Because you might note in my presentation, I talked a little bit about forest management and wildlife, right? And this one, you know, is one that we might be able to edit and add something about the importance of the management of public land as private land is developed in an accelerated fashion adjacent to public land. We don't really have that in here right now.
If you're gonna do that, I suggest you table it.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else have any comments about this resolution here? Do you want to add that? Does anybody think that's a good idea or?
It's very important. I just want to keep in mind, I think, that our bylaws requires that we do these resolutions at the annual meeting. So if we want to table it and add on to it, then we got to wait till next year to make the changes. And I'm fine if that's what people want to do, but, you know, so I think the choices are table it, improve it for next year, or make the changes right now.
Do a little
Or-
wordsmithing,
or-
right?
Or even, because we could always update it next year if we decide if we want.
I think that's the right idea.
Update it now, you're saying? Okay, Kathy, did you have?
I just wondered if a couple people could go to the side and figure out the wording and then bring it back. I mean,
Yeah, we could do that, because we have our legislative panel in a half an hour, so we have time to do that.
Could always come back tomorrow too, the board will be in session tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
we used to do that, we used to take these resolutions, work on them, come back in the morning and improve in the morning, so we can do that.
Right, so I suggest we do that we take this one and we work on it and then finalize it tomorrow with the appropriate additions. And who would like to work on the, who would like to work on the,
I will.
Okay, Liz,
Okay.
all right, I'll help you, Liz, Chris, okay, so let's just skip that one.
okay. So the next one is non-toxic ammunition in Montana, lead ammo and non-lead ammo. We had an excellent presentation on this at our Lewistown meeting, for those of you that were there. This one is pretty straightforward, you know, we're advocating the use of non-toxic ammunition. Any comments on this one?
I just have one small comment, you know, I'm all for the non-lead stuff, but my concern stems from some of these young people that don't have money. I know we really want to kind of move this forward, but can't forget those who can barely afford to get out there at all. And, that's my only concern about making the regulation harder.
So item 3 at the bottom urges the state of Montana to expand non-toxic ammunition requirements. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, number one, we'll continue to advocate for expanded and widespread regulatory requirements. I'm in favor of it, I just am concerned for others, I guess. Am I being clear enough? I don't.
Jim?
I understand what you're saying, John. We, on the Flathead Reservation, we banned stuff back when Fish and Wildlife Service first did it in '86. And then everybody we need and went back for a couple of years. When the Fish and Wildlife Service because we kept it in place, and I got 100 check stations in the first season. First couple of years, we had some grumbling about mostly learning to shoot. After that, I just fell off. I don't remember hearing much more, maybe 1 or 2 comments all those years. Each year about costs. But I understand what you're saying too. It's pricier.
Well, it's for a great reason that we want to try to switch. I'm hoping that we'll get there, for sure. I just know from rebuilding experience, the differences in non-lead ammo versus lead is significant. I mean, it's all gone up, of course, so, some young person who has a 22 and a bunch of copper bullets can have that opportunity. Whereas non-lead, it needs,
Okay. Jim, did you have a comment?
In terms of number 3, urges the state to regulate it, and the commissioners helped me. I think the legislature passed a statute that says the commission cannot regulate ammunition. Am I correct on that? I don't think you can restrict it.
I think you're right, Jim. I seem to remember that, just we had lawyers had figure out whether it's still required in our situation.
Yeah.
We want.
So educational, great, but I'm not sure the commission has the authority. I'd have to look that up. And I might be able to do that tonight. This might be one we.
This might be one that we move to tomorrow. Tom?
I'm just thinking back to when Chris Parrish was speaking to us last year. The whole idea with the North American non-toxic work group or whatever they called themselves was to get people to just accept this, to stay away from the regulatory side. Just, really heavy on education. I could see us just dropping the word regulatory requirements in number 1 there. Just, we will continue to advocate for expanded and widespread use of non-toxic ammunition for hunting. And I would feel really comfortable about that. We're still, wanting this to happen, but we're not out there pressing regulation like we have in California and some other states that actually regulate the use of that.
Okay, so item number 1 and number 3 as well, because it talks about requirements there. So let's move this one to tomorrow. And do we have a group that would like to edit this? And Tom, John?
Okay, no, I'll
Okay,
look up.
Jim,
So,
okay. All right, good. The next one is on feral pigs in Montana. Why? Where's Nick, our pig specialist? Where is he? We lost our pigs person. So, the pig thing is real and it's an important issue. Does anybody have any comments about the feral pig issue? What was that?
shoot them all.
Shoot 'em all.
Chris, I just remind everybody that we did, under Nick's motivation about 2 or 3 sessions ago, there was a bill that passed out about classifying feral pigs as feral animals. And so there is, I think some of us we don't come in contact with her, but there is FWP does have a law that allows the state to do some, ability to get rid of these things and discourage, like, if I'm right, the public doesn't have the right to distribute them. But if they're there, you can turn in, and the department will go out and do an eradication kind of a thing. So, just so people know, I think this is a good resolution, but there is, just to remind ourselves, there is something on the books too.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I've read that you should not shoot feral pigs, they shouldn't be hunted because it just makes them warrior. And they're a social species, they do learn from hunting and they become real wary and more difficult to control if they're actually hunted. Yeah. No, you should just, trap them and stuff like that. So, any more comments on the feral pig resolution? Do we have a motion to accept the feral pig resolution? Dale?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor? Oink. All those opposed? All right. Next one is in chronic wasting disease. A real problem. The chronic wasting disease was a chronic wasting disease and management act. It was passed in 2022, right? And that money is available, some of which I think Fish, Wildlife and Parks has. So. Any comments on this one? Pretty straightforward. I have a motion to accept this. Move, okay. And then a second. Who was the second? Pick one. Pick one. That doesn't matter. Next one is tribal sovereignty over fish and. Oh. Yeah. I'm gonna get fired because Robert's rules of order. All right. All those in favor? All those opposed? There you go. You did it. I'm gonna get sanctioned by Robert. All right. Next one is on tribal sovereignty over fish and wildlife resources on Indian reservations. Dale worked on this to get this so that we have a statement about our recognition that the tribes need to be recognized as sovereign authorities over management of wildlife on reservations. And there have been bills introduced in the legislature to try and circumvent this, and we wanted to be on record that we were supportive of the tribe's ability to manage wildlife on the reservations. Any comments? Kathy?
Under the first number one resolve, the first words will adopt a policy that. I think this is a policy statement we're adopting. So I wondered about deleting the words, will adopt a policy that. If you're following me. So
Yes.
we can resolve that MWF is supportive of tribal sovereignty.
Yeah. That's an easy edit to make. We could probably make that right now and vote on it. Any other comments here? All right, do we have a motion?
I move we adopt this as amended.
As amended, okay. Second, Glenn, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Excellent. Okay, the next one means importance of science-based climate change policy to the management of Montana's wildlife and fish. You know, it's shocking to me that we even have to pass such a resolution. What the hell?
I don't think it's real.
Well, yeah, some people don't think it's real, yeah. A certain politician who remained nameless just put out something and said, It's a commie plot to ruin the economy.
And I note that Montana just, they rescinded its energy policy.
Yeah.
It's a great step backwards.
Yeah. Any comment about this one? All right, do we have a motion?
Some of
Second? Tom? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? All right. Next one is the hound hunting of black bears in Montana. Basically, we're just saying that they should reduce the conflicts between hounds and hound hunters and grizzly bears. And to document the conflicts. Probably a good time to remind everybody that we asked for a list of the conflicts that were reported with trapping and snaring wolves, and these would have been reported as well. Any conflicts with hound hunters. It's been over 4 months that we've requested that from Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and we have no response. Astonishing. That's public information on public wildlife that they refuse to give us. Cool.
I just sent off an email 2 days ago, requesting similar information and never got any response, so.
on those types of requests, is there a way to up the ante, given no response?
Well, I did send them a formal letter after they first didn't do anything, and I said, this is a, formal information request, with a Freedom of Information Act request.
We did get an invitation from them back indicating that for $500 or $600, they would be happy to produce the information.
Right, they did say that in January. They said it would cost $500 or $600 to produce this information. They formally, before 2017, they actually produced a report on this and put it out for the public. And when we asked for the updated information since 2017, they said it would cost us $500 for the same information. And they've never produced it, because we said in the formal letter that I sent that we request that they waive that because we're a nonprofit. And we never got a response to that letter waiving it or the information, so.
Is there some kind of statutory requirement that allows us to do that?
And we'd have to ask a lawyer that. We haven't investigated that on the legal realms. I don't know. I think there's a Montana Open Records Act, but I don't know how you'd enforce it in this kind of a case. So. And, we don't have the kind of money to invest in a lawyer, to hire a lawyer to deal with this stuff. We frankly don't have that. It would cost us a lot.
Yeah, I was just thinking lower levels on later.
Yeah. All right. It's an unfortunate issue. So do we have any other comments about the hound hunting of black bears resolution? Kathy?
Would we want to say that Montana Wildlife Federation is against hunting black bears with hounds?
Statewide.
Yeah, I mean,
We didn't have it for 100 years, and we
we
seem to
didn't
be
have it
just
for 100
fine.
years, and and what we just heard is we can't get data about what the impacts are. But if our lobby team was at the legislature, would it be helpful if we had a statement that says we're against this in the future?
At one point, we did have a resolution years ago, we were against hunting with hounds.
And we could just amend this one by just adding MWF is against hunting black bears with hounds, if people agree with that.
And I would certainly agree with that, because it's not necessary. And a lot of black bear hunters don't like it and testified against it when the bill came up, because they're, they stalk and shoot hunters are saying this is going to be really stirring to them.
I think that I appreciate what you're saying, I agree. And then I also think that our letter kind of loses some of the impact when we just say we're against it in general, whereas what we're really concerned about are not only their habitat areas, but also those transition areas. And so we need to make sure that we keep that, if we're going to do that, keep that in there, because I think that's really the impactful part of the letter to me. is making sure people really understand what we're trying to accomplish by letting them move around, so.
Yeah, and we could do that. There's more than impacts to grizzly bears with hunting black bears with hounds. There are impacts to black bears. There's cub abandonment. You separate the cubs from their mothers. There's females that are shot because they're up a tree and the cubs are gone. They're somewhere else and then they're abandoned. There's heat stress that the bears face from being run with hounds in hot weather. This also includes a chase season into mid-June when it's really hot. And these bears can get heat stressed and die from being chased this way. So there's a lot of effects on bears, on black bears from this. Harvey.
I think this last discussion is really good. First of all, I don't think we should be afraid of saying we're against something like combat. Secondly, the statement you just made, Chris, indicates to me that maybe this is not ready for prime time. I think we need to spend a little bit more time on this resolution, fleshing it out the way you just did on the impacts on black. And then I personally would not be opposed to adding a whereas or one of the final resolved statements that says that wildlife area is a forest. One man's opinion.
Thanks, Harvey.
It seems like too, this, realizing the grizzly bear potential conflicts, it seems like it sidesteps around where we at on mountain lion conflict.
Yeah.
We're getting cross purpose there. I like this. I wouldn't be wrong with that. I wonder if there's conflict there.
Well, there's a lot to say on this one. Let me make a suggestion that we withdraw this one right now and maybe work on it some more. Not necessary that we pass it right now. It's not going to change anything, but I would suggest we go back to the drawing board on this one and maybe work it over a bit more time than just tomorrow. So we're going to pull this one back if everyone's okay with that. Maybe enhance the wording on it a little bit, have a little bit more information on it. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds reasonable to me, and our staff and our testimony going forward at the commission, we can still do this even without, we'll still do this.
Right. Right. Okay, and the next one is on fair chase hunting. A really important issue, and Kathy took the lead on this one, and I think it's really well written, and it says a lot of stuff that's really important that we should be clear about. And by the way, a lot of people don't think that hound hunting of black bears is fair chase, but it's an opinion.
I was just gonna say, I feel like this one should specifically be pounded home, and that it, in a way, covers much of what we're already discussing in all these other resolutions.
Mm-hmm.
If we concentrate on fair chase hunting, that kind of, as you said, takes into chasing black bears with hounds and our other predator legislation that we're dealing with, et cetera.
Okay. Any other comments about the fair chase resolution? Do we have a motion?
A motion.
John, second?
Second.
Liz? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Now, and I think it's a very important resolution, fair chase one. Okay, the next one is on wolf management in Montana. Oh, what a simple issue that is. We cite a lot of legislation here. We cite problems of various kinds on the boundary of Yellowstone National Park that we'll hear about later. Somebody in the room that knows a little bit about that. And we ask that the legislature repeal the above listed laws, repeal. And so, anybody have any comments on this one? You want to take a minute to read it? Anybody have any comments, issues related to this resolution?
I just have one comment on the last one there, number 5. I think that is really important because there is a message that kind of the anti-wolf talk about going to the minimum numbers that were established when we delisted them. Like somehow that is the management level and not, what it really was intended. And I think this last item captures in our position that, doesn't put a number on it, but puts that into context that that minimum number is kind of nuts, really.
Yep, minimum number is nuts, indeed. And it's unfortunate that certain people take the minimum number of animals as the target number of animals, and they are not the same thing. Okay, do we have a motion on the wolf management resolution? Skip? Second? Dale? Dale second. All those in favor, wolf resolution? Opposed? Okay, next one is on Montana stream access. This is like a boilerplate statement that we want to maintain stream access, so it's pretty clear and pretty straightforward. Not really complex. Any comments on that one?
Chris, I have a comment on, it says urges the Montana legislature to protect the public stream access rights. Wondering if we should also include it there, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, because the parks, FWP and the commission have a lot to set those rules. The legislature determines, I guess, the legality of it, but the commission and the department set the rules on sometime how that is enforced and how it's allowed.
Everybody like the idea of adding that, just inserting, urges the Montana legislature and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the commission to protect the public stream access rights. Okay. Okay, so we will add that in. A motion?
I move we accept it as amended.
Okay. Second. Okay, moved by Tom, seconded by Jim.
I don't have the method, but
I have the notes. I have the notes on that. Okay, bison restoration in Montana. Oh, such a hurry. All those in favor? Stream access. All those opposed to stream access? Okay, we did vote on that one. All right, resolution on bison restoration in Montana. A tricky subject. So look at this one a little bit. We have two more, the bison and the cold water fish, and then we have to be done here by 1 o'clock. So some of our legislators have arrived. Appreciate that, as well as our legislative staff lobbyists are here. So the bison issue is really complicated for many different reasons. And, is everybody satisfied with what this says?
I would suggest, under number 2, addition of some reference to maintenance of adequate restraint. But that's always the part of the matter, because you gotta get along with your neighbors. Something that's controversial, you really gotta get along with your neighbors.
Okay, can I suggest, because that is important to add, and that this is somewhat of a complex issue, that we wait on this one until tomorrow? So who wants to work on this besides you, Dale? The bison issue, Tom too? Okay, Tom and Dale will work this over a little bit, and we will talk about this tomorrow. Okay, the last one is on climate change and cold water fisheries. It's related to stream flows, which Bruce educated us all about this morning. I'm not a fisheries biologist, but I'm sure the challenges to cold water fish are going to increase as the years go by here. Maintaining these healthy cold water fish as flows reduce with more drought, temperatures go up, it's going to be really complicated to maintain healthy fish. And the you guys in here probably know how many people come to Montana to fish, or what's the income to the Montana economy from fishing? Anybody know?
900 million.
It's a big number.
There's more non-resident licenses sold than residents.
Is that right? Non-resident licenses? No kidding. No. Okay. Any comments about the cold water fisheries and climate change issues?
And Pat may be able to help with this, but there's been discussion of establishing a cold water task force to start addressing more concretely the kind of issues here. And I don't know if we want to put it in here or Pat. You know, it was raised, but I don't know what's going in here.
Yeah, it's been called for, but so far not fruitful.
Yeah, and Bruce back there can address it also. I don't know if we want to put in something to urge the state to start taking a more proactive approach by appointing a cold water task force to start putting some lights under it.
So that it's been called for, but Fish, Wildlife and Parks to create a task force, or the state to create it?
Well, Fish, Wildlife and Parks to be the lead, but they probably need support from the governor's office and maybe from the legislature. I don't know that it needs to be legislatively established, but they need to have the political will to do it.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we wait on this one until tomorrow. I'd ask you, Jim, to work on that. Anybody want to work on that with Jim?
We're talking to you guys.
Okay, so we'll move this one until tomorrow.
Jim and who?
No, we're gonna, Jim and, anybody's gonna work with Jim on this cold water fisheries? Jim's perfectly capable of fixing it himself.
I'll come up with something. I'll buttonhole a couple of things.
So the ones that we tabled until tomorrow, we are going to bring up during tomorrow's meeting and finalize them then. So.
I have one more question. I don't know who wrote in here, but kind of the number 3, maintain a healthy and diverse cold water fishery. What is meant by diverse, I guess? I don't know what that means.
We'll defer to fisheries folks like Jim.
There's nuances. I'm assuming it refers both to multi-species and a multiple of habitats. So you need to flesh that out a little bit more to make it functional.
Well, just how that interplays with natives, non-natives. That's kind of that's trying to trick the question.
Yeah, and obviously non-native are very important to the Montana economy and a major part of the cold water. So I don't think this is exclusionary to non-native fish. It includes both.
Sorry.
Okay. Jim, you're gonna work on that and we'll talk about it
Yep,
tomorrow.
I'll come up with some more.
Okay, so we're almost ready for our legislative panel, and we,
Have them come up.
do we have them? They're all here. Okay, so Representative Marler, Senator Flowers, and Representative France, please come forward. And Ben and Marcus, our legislative liaison folks. And the purpose of this session today is to have the legislators tell us what they think is going on at the legislature. And that's a challenging task, right? I apologize for that. And to be able to, discuss among themselves, the pluses and minuses of the legislature, maybe give us some advice on better ways that we can interact with the legislature to assist them. And then, these issues that are of real interest to us, including things like bison and, private land management and all that kind of stuff. We want to hear from you folks. The objective of this is not to put you on the hot seat or anything like that. It's just to listen to you and to hear from your thoughts from your perspectives on these issues. And Ben is going to lead this discussion. And
I have been waiting for months to question you people.
Good luck.
Bring it on.
So I'm Ben Lamb. I'm the contract lobbyist for the Wildlife Federation. Marcus Strange is the state policy director and has just been doing an amazing job for all of us up at the legislature this session. Just really quickly, I want to make sure everybody understands that Marcus has so many crossbow bolts in him that it's really difficult to sit down. That's been a really fun bill that we've got to work on this session. And all three of our good elected officials have sat through hours and hours of crossbow debate. So we are coming up to the close of the legislative session. We have three absolute champions for sportsmen and women for fish and wildlife, and folks who put in 100 hours a week, maybe on a slow week, dealing with all kinds of issues. All three of them sit on the respective House and Senate Fish and Game committees. Senator Flowers is the Senate Minority Leader as well, which, this session, he gets to stand up on things like drag shows and all kinds of fun culture war stuff. But all three of them have done yeoman's work representing, the voice of, the average Montanan who lives and breathes, the outdoor lifestyle. Hunting and fishing. So let's please give them a really quick round of applause. Representative Marler is also the vice chair for House Natural Review, which started out life as a bill that would have taken the 20% of marijuana revenue to go to county roads. A very noble issue, something that we as outdoors people see every year when we're out there. Freeze and thaw cycle is hell on bentonite road beds. It's also not too good on mountain roads in western Montana either. And so we were able to work with the sponsor to get an amendment put on that bill that fully restores that commitment to conservation, restores the commitment to drug addiction treatment, crisis intervention, and veteran services, as well as pay for county roads. And so we had a great hearing in House Tax yesterday on that. We can go into that a little bit more. But as we stare down the last few weeks of the legislative session, these three individuals have done just so much for all of us. And rather than have me or Marcus prattle on, I kind of wanted to hear what some of the highlights were from everybody, both in committee and on the floor, what you guys felt was highest of high and lowest of lows. There's one bill I don't want you to talk about, but we all know what that one was. Okay. So we'll start with the rank first with the Senate Minority Floor Leader.
Thanks, Ben. Well, it's good to be here. Good to be among friends and kindred spirits, as opposed to what we've been experiencing day in, day out. I think all of us feel the weight of being in the minority really every day we walk in the building. So it's nice to be in the majority here. I would say highlights, I think the package of bills that you guys were part of, and that some of us carried some of those pieces, I think those were highlights. It was, I think, really gratifying for me to see sportsmen and women come with something affirmative rather than just trying to defend our ground. And I hope we can keep working on that for the next 2 years. And I think, with one exception, I think it really sailed through because of the coalition that you built and the work that happened over the interim. So I think that's probably the biggest success. There were certainly some highs and then quick lows. We thought we had the crossbow bill put to bed several times, and it is it's a crazy thing that just keeps arising. So we'll see whether it survives in the end. I still have hope that will go away again. There's some obviously some big disappointments along the way too. I had for me personally, I had a bill to limit non-resident upland bird seasons, and it started off good, and then it quickly was compromised, and then it was then tabled. So got out of the Senate 50-0 and was tabled in committee in the House, which was really discouraging. I thought it was in the end a pretty modest ask, and I think it's just an example of how hyper-partisan we are in general in the legislature, and certainly that's no different when it comes to these fish and game issues. If it's one of our bills, it goes down. I mean, often, just because our name is on it. The one that really pissed me off the other, it was Thursday evening. We were there late in Senate Fish and Game, and Tom's bill creating a community fund was as benign and feel-good bill as you could create. And Tom had, up to that point, done a great job of shepherding it through the House. And I had missed the hearing on it and came in for executive action, which was a few days later, Thursday evening. And they were kind enough to let me introduce Tom's amendment, and then immediately tabled it without any discussion. And again, is an example of just hyper-partisanship and not even giving a great idea air and discussion and debate. That they didn't even allow that, and that's just happening kind of day in and day out, not only on fish and game issues, but so many of our, I think, good ideas that at least deserve to be debated on the floor aren't getting that far, and it is incredibly aggravating. But that's the reality, and there's only one solution for that. And since this isn't about politics, I won't go into that solution. But those are some of my highs and lows.
Thanks, Pat. Excuse me. I'm Marilyn Marler. Good to see you all here. Thanks for your work coming and talking to the legislature for these many months. I agree with everything Pat said, but to respond just from a personal perspective, one of the high points for me and I don't want to jinx it, but has been shepherding my hunter education bill through the process, and it's not over yet. That bill, like everybody likes it and then wants to put amendments on it that's in some way. So it's had like every possible committee or vote that has had to happen on a bill is happening on it. So it still hasn't gone through. So the Senate could stand to hear from people about how important return to pre-COVID hunter education is. But I've co-sponsored that with a Republican, Neil Durham, who we don't see eye to eye on a lot of issues. He's across the aisle and has just a very different worldview than me, but it's been really fun to work with him on this bill because it is something we both passionately agree on. And he's gone to the mat every time for this bill. And I hope that we can get it through, because at this point, I've been working on it for, since literally the very beginning of the session. So I hope we can get it across the finish line. The low point for me was, and let me just say, I came in at the end of when you were discussing about voting on policy issues, and the majority party votes consistently against all of your policy issues, maybe with one or two exceptions, but if you're paying attention, they are not supporting this. So I will not go deeper into politics than that when it comes to the partisanship. But one of the lowest points, there's been many low points, but and the days all blur together, but from the last week or so, something that was extremely hard to witness was the discussion of the bill to oppose the release of bison onto the CMR. That has passed easily on party lines. The state legislature opposes releasing bison onto the CMR. And the discussion was hurtful and talked about relegating bison to reservations, just like some people that have been relegated to reservations. It was extremely harmful and bad policy also. So it just kind of wrapped up a bunch of disappointing things into one conversation that was had on the floor. I'm going to stop there because I'm sure Ben's going to have a lot more questions for us. Another thread that runs through the legislature that's been frustrating is just some really illogical decisions about money. I brought a bill to end the contract for the pheasant farming, the pen pheasant at the prison, and that cost $1 million a year of Pittman-Robertson money to do that. And on party lines, they voted to keep spending that $1 million on pen pheasants. And then meanwhile, we're down to haggling over how much, if anything, we can pay hunter ed instructors to rebuild that program after the department decided to axe it. There's no logic to some of these conversations, and that's hand in hand with the decision to kill Tom's bill, which was voluntary donations for small towns. So with that, I'll hand it off to Tom.
So it's always great to be back at a Montana Wildlife Federation board meeting. I don't know how many I've attended over many, many years, and certainly to see friends many years here and great advocates for wildlife. I guess I would, Marilyn and the good senator have done a good job of discussing the few highlights. I have one more that might become a highlight, and that's a bill I've introduced to give Montana floaters a break on getting Smith River permits. And even though the hunting and fishing community really hasn't been that supportive of it, we've sailed it through the House by 100-0, and it's now sitting in Pat's Senate Fish and Game Committee. The hearing was better than the community fund hearing, so I'm hopeful we'll get it through and at least get it onto the floor, where I think it'll pass pretty resoundingly. I wanted to talk a little bit about my vote on House Bill 635, which was the elk permits to non-resident landowners. And that, I will say, I think I speak for all of us, that the division in the hunting community over that bill was really tough on legislators.
We don't like being referees or umpires for groups that we really, really like, admire, and respect. I'd say the division was in good faith. People have different ideas how to do this. And in the end, I came down against 635. And it was really a hard vote for me. I've been involved in a number of collaborative solutions. I know how hard they are to put together. I have great respect when they come together. The coalition that MWF and Ben put together, I think, is incredibly progressive and impressive. But at the end of the day, I just couldn't get to giving our big game licenses to non-resident landowners. And I'm just going to take a segue there and talk about another bill and how the legislature is a funny place. As Marilyn says, because we deal bill by bill, sometimes there's just no connection in the conversations. And you can spend $1 million on a stupid program and deny 100,000 on something that's really good, and you just never connect the dots on that. But on the non-resident landowners, you know, I had another bill in that died, which was to redo our agricultural property taxes. And, you know, there's a larger issue in Montana than who hunts where and who owns what. And quite frankly, one person said to me, you know, our land prices are what copper were 100 years ago. It's people are coming to Montana, they're buying land. And I frankly thought giving landowners permits was just going to accelerate that trend. I had a bill that would have taken agricultural property taxes and made the means tested. That is, if you made a lot of money, you had to pay a higher tax, because right now we have billionaires buying Montana land and basically getting it for free if they put a few cows out there. They get a big hat and no property taxes. And so there's just a relationship there that for me made the landowner set-asides really a hard thing to vote on. And I do worry as we go forward in Montana about an increasingly non-resident property ownership in Montana and what that does to hunting and fishing opportunity. But I think there are political consequences and economic consequences that go far beyond that. And I will say to you that the agricultural community is very, very concerned about this too. There were other bills introduced. There may be a study bill. The stock growers are concerned. The Farm Bureau is concerned. And so I would just say to this board, be alert to that larger conversation about who owns Montana, because it does wrap down into non-residents getting hunting license if they happen to own property. A lot of what we do as Democrats is try and stop stuff. And we did stop some really important stuff. I have to acknowledge the governor's office and explain politics is a strange bedfellows. We killed the predator bills this year because the governor's office wants to push a delisting conversation with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And because we were allied with the governor's office, we sent Paul Fielder home with a big frown on his face and his little tail between his legs. And that was a real victory for wildlife management. I'm not sure we're done with the constitutional amendments yet. There's an undertow of conversation that we may see some of them amended in the Senate and sent back. But we also killed or defeated, in terms of numbers, his constitutional amendment for hunting and fishing and trapping on the ballot. And I'm not sure how important that bill is legally, but it was clearly, the goal was to divide hunters and anglers and divide the vote on the 2024 ballot. And at least at this point, Democrats and a few very, very courageous Republicans didn't give him the votes to get it out of the House that he needed. And so just a couple of other bills I wanted to touch on. I'll just, one story.
There's so many.
Yeah, the one story, you know, you never know quite what you're going to find in the legislature. And one issue that kind of popped up and blew up that will continue is this, the number of out-of-staters that are bringing bird dogs to Montana to train. And I carried a bill for the conservation district in Daniels County to ban bird dog trading on state lands. I got closer than I thought with it, but in the end it was killed, but we passed another bill. I think it will go through to have the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Commission regulate bird dog training. And, you know, I can't say it's the most important issue we're facing, but we are seeing trailers full of English pointers and setters coming into the state in July and August. And essentially our sharp-tailed population is being used as a private bird farm for training up these expensive dogs. There are impacts on wildlife. There are certainly impacts on local communities. And as the bill has progressed, I've said, wait a minute, these are state lands they're using. State lands are supposed to be there in trust for the school kids. And we're not charging these out-of-state people anything. And they're making tens of thousands of dollars through their bird training. And that's fine, but the state has an obligation on its trust lands to return commercial dollars appropriately to the school trust fund. So that's something we're going to be dealing with going forward. So with that, Ben, have at us. Marcus, I'm going to give that mic to Marcus.
That's a dangerous thing to do.
Well, not really.
What was my prompt then? When I was supposed to talk?
Well, I usually just don't let you talk.
That's right. This is new territory for me.
It's a freestyle rap.
Okay. Yeah, I think there was a lot to be proud of this session. There were only 68 bills introduced, and when you look at that in comparison to previous sessions, that was significantly lower. I believe last session we were in the 120 to 130 range. So we were looking at half the number of bills, and I think a lot of that, the credit to that goes to conservation organizations like ours, working collaboratively in the interim, goes to legislators, working with groups like ours to bring bills forward that everybody could agree on. So that was a big highlight. We were really able to focus in on quality bills. The senator and representatives talked about some of the bad bills that we pushed back on, and there were, quite a few bad bills. And I think for the most part, we can hold our heads high and say we did a pretty good job of keeping the worst of the worst fish and wildlife stuff from getting passed. That doesn't mean that there weren't some ones that we should have some concerns about, or are going to need to do work on in the interim and maybe next session to fix or push back on. But I think by and large, we can feel pretty good about where we're at. With that being said, there was a lot of positive stuff that made it through. The Elk Coalition package, making it largely through unscathed, is a big victory. Representative Perry did some great work on waterfowl. He revised the Wetlands Advisory Council, which is going to make that group much more effective. And then he has a bill that's going to increase the out-of-state license for waterfowl and just bring it up to the same level as all the other states around us. We were at $50 and most other states were right in that 150 range. So we're going to be 150 and bring some more funding in for wetlands and waterfowl conservation work. So again, that's not the stream access fight. That's not the corner crossing issue, but that is a big deal if we care about ecosystems and about waterfowl and some of those species that don't always get the attention that deer and elk do. Speaking of deer and elk, Senator Flowers had a great bill, 281. Remembering that right? That's going to help us get our mule deer herd health back up. So that was a big victory. That was a hard-fought battle, but we got it done. So really good bill there. We protected a commission authority. There was a bill that would have made the Fish and Wildlife Commission elected. I think we can all kind of play out in our heads where that would go and the problems that would create. And that was resoundingly rejected. We protected public access through upholding the PALA program. There were 2 or 3 bills that would have really eroded the PALA program. That's a great program that gets us access to public lands through private lands. And so protected that. Yeah, I think we, as an organization, as the Montana Wildlife Federation, should be very proud of the work we did this session. Really good work, and I think the thing that gives me the most hope for future sessions, for future conservation work, is we didn't do it alone. This was the most collaborative in my 6 years, a legislative session that I can remember. The work that we did, thanks to the leadership of Ben, going into this session, really set us up well to have a coalition. We were never walking into a committee hearing or a floor session alone. There were always multiple conservation groups standing shoulder to shoulder, speaking up for our legislators, having their back, speaking for the bills. Our new approach of being collaborative, reaching across the aisle to non-traditional allies has really paid off, and it's something that we need to build on for future sessions.
So I think my highest point was watching Marcus command that building. It is rare to find somebody who has that kind of innate skill set to deal with 150 individuals who are all convinced that they are entirely correct. Present company,
I think that's
present company accepted. We all know that you guys have been wrong once or twice. You know, as somebody who's been doing this for 20 years, who's been lobbying the state legislature for 20 years, you see a lot of people come and go who think that they can do this job, and that you're really just bullshitting. It isn't. There's a technical side to this. You have to know process, you have to know procedure, decorum, you have to know Title 87, the Montana Code annotated that wildlife lives under. And watching Marcus go from somebody who, you know, had kind of limited experience in 21 because of the pandemic and everything else, to really becoming one of the greatest assets that hunters and anglers have in this state at the legislature has just been amazing. And that's mostly because it's selfish for me, because I never want to lobby again. But Marcus has done just a truly tremendous job. And so I think the Federation is really, really lucky to have him. And, you know, that's the high point, is watching the next generation of advocates really grow and become leaders. So that's number one for me. Number two is what we've been able to do with not only defending the marijuana revenue stream, but taking that and creating the largest expansion in conservation programs since Kathy got Habitat Montana through. In case you guys didn't know, Kathy is one of the primary architects of Habitat Montana, and we all live in the shadows of people like Kathy Hadley. But right now, we have another once-in-a-generation opportunity with Senate Bill 442 and expanding the WIP program to do something that deals with water infrastructure, deals with soil quality, deals with aspen regeneration, you know, replanting communities of native habitat, and restoring that condition of the land on public, private, and tribal. This is the first program that the state has offered that allows tribes to apply for these grants and also hire new staff. That fits in with Pittman-Robertson. That fits in with, you know, the ethic that wildlife know no boundaries. You know, if wildlife know no boundaries, wildlife habitat don't know boundaries either. And so what happens on tribal lands oftentimes is influenced by what happens on private lands, especially around noxious weeds. And so having the ability to put upwards of, you know, I think right off of the bat, we're looking at $6 to $8 million a year for the next 2 biennium on just actual stewardship projects. That is a massive increase in conservation potential for this state. So that's number two. The lows, I think very similar to what the legislators have said, is watching good bills go down. We had one bill, House Bill 621, that Representative Cohenauer was carrying, that was, it was a significant increase in hunter accountability through the hunting without landowner permission statute, but it also had a great counter on there, which was increasing the fines for hunter harassment. That bill got carpet bombed by UPOM in the committee, and it created a lot of concern from some Republicans. And so it just got tabled on party line. That was really difficult to see. And then I think, you know, Representative France talked about the division that happened in 635. You know, I can tell you honestly that that caused more anxiety and stress for me than anything else that has ever happened in my legislative career, because we went into that legislative session with unity on all of those bills. And ultimately what ended up happening was, you know, some amendments were put on those bills that some of the other groups wanted to see, and they went into attack mode and went after that bill. And so, you know, we've had really good conversations internally within the Elk Coalition. Next month or in the first week of June, we're going to sit down for a facilitated meeting with a strategic planning component, where we're going to have a little family therapy, and we're going to talk about why we felt the way we did around that. But ultimately, that entire package of 6 or 7 bills and one budget amendment, we got an amendment put on by Senator Wellborn to add an employee working in the information division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who's just going to be dedicated to the Hunt Planner, which is their GPS mapping tool. And the idea there is to get just better data fed into the cadastral system, so that we don't have bad lines on our Onyx or Go Hunt apps. So, you know, we're going to finally, over the course of the next few years, we're going to have an opportunity to see what's an open county road, what is a closed county road, because everybody in this room probably knows that a county road is closed unless signed open. But we also know that a BLM road is open unless signed closed. And so if your line on your map is off 30 acres, if it looks like an open road and you just have bad data, you can be guilty of trespass. You can be guilty of, you know, illegal travel. And so that position is really geared towards getting better data fed into cadastral, which is then what gets scraped by Onyx, Go Hunt, and those other things. So that's a little bit of the nerd in me coming out there. But seeing some of the hyper-partisanship for no good reason, especially when we look at bills like 281, the Bird Bill, the Community Fund, 243. 243 is the best named bill in the whole session.
So good.
Right?
Yeah.
Like Hunter Ed and 243.
Yeah.
I mean, that's biscuits and gravy right there. And so, yeah, I think, you know, those are the low points, you know, 635, and then seeing some of that hyper-partisanship, which 243 is on second on Monday.
It's on second for the second time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because it came out of Finance and Claims 19-0 with no amendments.
Oh, it had amendments.
What did they put on? What did I miss?
So in Senate Finance?
Yeah.
They stripped 7 out of 8. Here.
Yep, get it away from him.
Yeah. Originally, 243 was to require kids to go to everybody who took Hunter Ed, whether they took it online or in person, they had to go to an in-person field day, just like before COVID, so they could demonstrate gun safety. And that passed easily through the House, and they didn't, and FWP said they wanted an FTE for each region to rebuild the program, which we're like, that's fine, the money's there. And then it passed easily. It went to the Senate, and the Senate Fish Committee, as I now know it's called, Senate Fish, said we want this, and we want to go all the way back to pre-COVID, where people under 18 have to do the course in person, not online. I'm like, that's great, okay. And that passed easily. And then it went to Senate Finance, and Mike Lang said that he did not, right now, everyone who if you're born before 1985, you don't have to take hunter ed at all. And Mike Lang thought that that wasn't making too many people take hunter ed. So he was going to kill the bill unless it changed to having, like, I can't, what's the right way to explain it? He wanted fewer people to have to take hunter ed based on their age. So more older people wouldn't have to take it. So fine, whatever, we're still making progress. And they also didn't want to have 8 FTEs, 1 FTE for each region to rebuild the program, which is going to take time. Volunteers are not going to come back instantly after being kicked to the side. And they only want to fund 1 FTE to help rebuild it. But I'm still confident that about moving it forward. I'd like to talk with people about, what do we try to send it to a conference committee to resolve these issues, or do we just say, we'll take it and keep going? So we can, it's just really important to get people there in person to demonstrate that they're able to use a gun safely. And you can't do that online. I'm sorry, but you can't do that if it's online. And I'm a big advocate, as somebody who came to hunting as an adult, that everybody should take hunter education, because you don't know what you don't know. If they teach you how to read the regulations, you can ask questions you didn't know you had, etc. And it's just fun, and it will get more people. If there's more classes available, more people will go, and that depends again on getting our awesome hunter education instructors back and having those out there. So the bill 243 win, I like to call it, is up for second reading for the second time with the Senate Finance amendments on it. So I really hope we can keep it moving. I wanted to talk. Can I talk one?
Sure.
Sorry.
No,
As long as I
just
can,
gonna add on that.
never give a microphone to a legislator.
But there's a 2-minute rule.
No, there's not. Ben, and it's come up a couple times, Senate Bill 442, which is Mike Lang's bill to save the marijuana money and for conservation, and also pairing it with rural county road maintenance, which is a great idea. The bill is wonderful. I serve on House Tax, where that bill is right now. We had the hearing yesterday morning, and it was a really great hearing. It was great to see so many different people coming in support of that bill. And we're going to probably vote on it on Tuesday. And in between now and then, I wanted to encourage people. We're getting a lot of email from different groups. I don't know which of the many advocacy groups are having us get email. It's great. I want to emphasize with the people on tax committee, when people are advocating for Senate Bill 442, emphasize noxious weed management, emphasize land management in general, of course, the road maintenance, and I would say de-emphasize perpetual easements, because right now we have a legislature that does not like perpetual easements. And they've been actively working to put the Habitat Montana money into 30-year easement programs, which is just short-sighted. So while they're kind of thinking about not doing perpetual easements, we can focus on something we all like, which is stewardship, maintenance, roads, and noxious weeds. My non-legislator job involves a lot of noxious weed management, so I can talk to people about that. And that is a good Republican, it's a good bipartisan issue. So please emphasize that.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that, and then I'll just turn the mic over to Pat. Ben has a confidence that we're going to get 442 through, and I'm glad to hear it. As a backbencher on the Democratic caucus, more or less watching it, it seems like it's going to come right down to the wire, and there's going to be lots of trade-offs, and I'm not quite sure how the trade-offs are going to go. I will say too about it's been important for Marilyn and I and a few others to be in the Democratic caucus, because the conservation voice in our caucus is not as strong as I would like, and so our work has really been saying consistently for the last 75 days to leadership, this is probably the most important conservation bill of the session. It has the most consequence, and we need to be gearing up to negotiate. I think we're in a pretty good place with that, but there's always another part of the legislature, and leadership on both sides has to be lobbied on priorities. I just wanted to add to Marilyn's discussion of the Hunter Ed bill. You know, one of the challenges there, and I think it's something for MWF to be working on, the department really muddled up the Hunter Ed, and where one would have thought the department would have been saying, yes, we want to get back to the program we once had, we want to strengthen it. I'm not sure they didn't say that, but it was kind of like this, and trying to get a good fiscal note out of the department was quite challenging, and I'm still not sure we're, you know, FWP should be really championing Hunter's Ed, and I think it's fair to say they have not been champions. And that's been really quite disappointing. And that's been true on a number of other bills, and I do think there's a leadership issue there. I think there's a complicated relationship with the governor's office there. There are lots of factors. But I think if I were to try and move something forward for 2024, it would be trying to get a better sense of priorities and how FWP is going to move those priorities forward. Because, you know, first question at every hearing, if it's a fish and game bill, is what does the department think? How's it going to implement it? And they have another example of that has been the grizzly bear bill, where I think the conservationists and the user groups are probably closer together than the department, and the department has been challenging to work with in terms of what they really want out of that bill. So I'll leave it at that. Pat, I bet you've got 2 cents.
One thing that I forgot to mention initially was how important it has been to see so many sportsmen and women back in the Capitol testifying either in person or online. Last session was really lonely up there. It was rough, and I understand it. It was, you know, hand we were dealt, but it is really important. So thanks for everybody who's taken the time to show up and testify. A couple of other things came to mind as you were all talking. The work on 442 to date can't be underestimated at all. That has gone from a road bill from Senator Lang that was going to take $8 million of, I think, was it Habitat Montana funds, and put it into road maintenance, to morphing into this kind of multi-pronged effort that these guys crafted. And I really got to hand it to Ben and Marcus and Mark Agnes and Noah, Marion. Those guys have all done amazing work on creating this kind of strange piece of legislation that has really gotten unbelievable support. And I just can't say enough on how difficult it is to piece something like that together on the fly when your interests are not shared by the majority in general. And it takes incredible craft, and it shows the experience, particularly that somebody like Ben and Mark Agnes have, be able to put that together. And they were able to, part of that equation is knowing which kind of levers to pull in each caucus and knowing relationships. And so bringing a couple of additional senators in beyond Senator Lang to kind of bolster that was part of the craft that went into it. And it is, I've been kind of marveling at how that's developed really over the last month. So I needed to, you need to know what good work you're getting out of these guys. The other bill that I wanted to mention, I can't remember the number, but there was an effort by Senator Heinbaugh to essentially eliminate conservation easements. And that was no small feat to defeat that. And I know that Senator Heinbaugh has come in for several sessions with that as his #1 goal. And this was his final chance to make that happen. And again, through the work of these guys and Mark and Dick Dolan and others, they were able to mount a really strong opposition that again involved timber companies and ag producers and that sort of thing to put that down. That was a huge victory and can't be underestimated. Those are a couple of thoughts that popped into my head. So.
Yeah, I thought Franklin Roosevelt once said something like tax and win building programs, and I've watched HB 440 or SB 442 has been, let's keep adding to this bill. Yeah, let's get something in it for everybody. And to Pat's point, that took a lot of popular support, but it also took some real craftsmanship and knowledge of the legislative process. So really, that's been a terrific piece of the session.
And it's the second best numbered bill, because if you remember the old 442 Oldsmobile engine, that thing was a beast. So the folks who talk a lot have been talking a lot. Do we have any questions from folks in the audience? John, your hand went up first.
First of all, thanks for being here. I've been teaching hunters education for 14 years, and one of the hardest things we have is recruiting people. I mean, you can beg, borrow, and steal, trying to find people. Our age demographic is like 64, I think, as instructors, and that's kind of really ridiculous. So I think the mandatory field day is a huge upgrade to this. Why? Because we can tell who took the test and who, we only have 4 gun rules. They're pretty simple. But at those field days, we drive those things home. So that is really important. It's going to take money and time to get hunter education back to where it was before. I'm not sure that it'll ever get back there just because things have changed so much. But maybe if we can figure out in hunter education how to make it better for everybody, that it'll be a lot better. Like the field days, mandatory are great. We can change all that and how we and what we teach people and the things we work on those days. So thank you for working on that. It is really important. So thanks.
So first of all, I'll echo what Pat said. Kudos to the coalition. And I think you two guys were a lot of that for the work over the last 2 years. And I was always impressed when we get a memo from Ben. We've been sitting in a cafe or maybe a bar somewhere in rural Montana, working with ranchers and some Republican legislators. And not surprisingly, you found common ground and moved it ahead, because the pace of the legislature doesn't always allow a lot of time for nuance. And you guys worked a lot of that out. But just a couple things. One, in terms of the hunter ed program, thank you, Marilyn. That it's really, really important. But I was, as you said, I really didn't see FWP working to push that ahead. In particular, when I got to it, when they asked for 8 FTEs, that really puzzled me, because it didn't take that to run it before. And that almost seemed like a roadblock they were throwing up. And maybe that's what we need to do to get more instructors back. Lost a lot of instructors because they were unhappy with the program. So hopefully they'll come back. But my main question, 621, I was amazed when it went down, because enhanced penalties for chronic trespassers, but was it the harassment part that killed it? So that surprised me.
I'll take it. I'm representing.
Ooh, I coughed on my hand and then grabbed the microphone, so.
It's not the worst of what's happened in the session.
So the department actually came in officially opposed to my hunter education bill, which I was very disappointed in. And then when I first got the fiscal note that said they estimated was gonna take 8 FTE to implement it, I was very frustrated, because I thought we have a phrase which is death by fiscal note. And I thought that is what was happening, and I talked to the department budget person who said, oh, you know, this money is available, it's just sitting there, they can implement this amount of funding, and it won't take away from any other existing programs. There's tons of unspent hunter education money, and this is a good trigger to get it pumped back into the program. But so it was fine once we got the House on board with it. People understood the money is available, the money's there, volunteers aren't free, you need someone to organize them and get them to come back, but then it's come off in the House, and we will see what happens. But I just wanted to be clear that the department has, I had hoped that the department would say, yes, COVID was hard, mistakes were made, and let's build this back up because it's something to be proud of, and that hasn't been what's going on. But the next few days will be very key for that bill, so if you live in areas that have Republican senator, you might just call them and ask them for a yes vote on Sunday, or excuse me, on the second reading of hunter education in the Senate.
Yeah, and I think the trespass bill just went down because, you know, there's a lot of change in the ag community that's going on, but there's still a hardcore crowd that just didn't want to put landowners at any disadvantage when it came to preventing access. And it wasn't about, they would have been, if the bill had just been about upping the fines for trespass, would have sailed, but trying to pair it with some increased responsibility for landowners was a challenge. And the kind of thing that just causes a committee to lock up in a partisan way, and bills are gone like that. I did want to just add one piece to the discussion when I say, you know, you've got Senator Heimbach, who's kind of pretty old school, pretty rigidly conservative, but part of the success, I think, on 442 has been the non-sportsman lobby that's come in. The timber companies were really essential on the easement port debate, and at least in terms of sort of the feel of the bill, the stock growers and the Farm Bureau, who have, to me, I've been around the legislature for 40 years, and the stock growers now have a woman executive director who's really easy to work with. You can make jokes with her. She doesn't stiffen up when she thinks that she's into a dicey conversation with conservation. Same thing is true with the Farm Bureau. And I think that the evolution, if you will, of the rural lobby has been an important part of this, and will be increasingly important going forward. And all credit to the stock growers. They did their executive director transition this summer, and I was really thinking they would not pick up this woman who was on their staff, and she got the job, and been great to work with on many, many issues. So just another insight on the legislature.
Who had a, Chris? Yeah. We've made Stock Growers, Farm Bureau, and Petroleum Association honorary green decoys.
Well, I want to make a little speech, and then there's a question at the end of it, but you know, I have to go back to the previous session. When the previous session was over, the dust settled after a while, and Ben came forward and said, I don't want to do this again. I want to work on this program. And, you know, he laid the thing out, you know, raise the money, go out and I didn't have any confidence it would work. Other than it was Ben's idea. And I knew that he knew, yeah, you know, I've never met anybody that has the skills and the pulse of what goes on politically in the state and our issues. I just, you know, he's unique, and he did. He went out and raised the money. He drafted Marcus. They went around the state. They did all the things that he said he would do. He put this package together. It's a good package. It wasn't overly ambitious, but it had something in there for everybody. And here we sit at the end and are successful in toning down the dialogue that what happened over there. But also, I think the thing that
that he did that's kind of gone under the radar is he was talking to me last fall about what 442 is. And he had this idea, and he talked to me a lot because I'm on that WIP council and have been on it since its inception, and he knew that that was a vehicle he wanted to use. And he had this whole strategy, and he asked me questions, and I gave him answers. I didn't ask any questions because it's too hard for me to think about what he was going to do, and he probably wasn't going to tell me exactly. He probably didn't know exactly how he was going to do it, but so to get to the end here and have 442 come out the way it was, and it was, he never makes any promises, just tells you where he's going, and because I know that the nature of the beast, you can't make a promise and know that it's going to come out. So when the thing hits the road here 3 weeks ago or whatever, I was like, wow, was what I expected. Now, the question I have here is that if we get this done, one of the things that I got a sense was especially when so the other thing, he sets me up and says, hey, would you go testify against 635 or whatever, it was 669, what's her name, Bertolio's bill, and it was in appropriations, House appropriations. I've always done fish and game and natural resources, and so I go in and, I've seen more natural at it than I really am, but I go in, there's a lot of damn people sitting around that table, and naive as hell, not realizing that the room was full and they were all going to testify against or for the bill. And, so these guys have all around me have heard the story, but I'm sitting there, and after about 45 minutes, I get up and I go out, and I'm like, we're going to be here for a couple more hours. I better go use the bathroom before I start testing, because I'm going to be here. And I went out, and our guys were out in the hallway, and I said, God, I'm going to have to come in and be against everybody, including motherhood and apple pie. And I thought, what am I going to do? And I went back down, and I sat, and then it occurred to me what the answer was. And so I said, Hal Herring was sitting next to me. I said to Hal, I said, Hal, don't worry about this. I got it. And he was like, what the hell's the matter with you? And so I got up and said, I made my little speech why Habitat Montana was such a good deal. But then I said, listen, I live in Anaconda, and I said, I got friends and neighbors and relatives that work at Warm Springs Hospital, and I said, those people need the money. And same thing in prison, I got friends and neighbors, and I said, when I drive over here, I said, I want the highway to be safe, and I think those highway patrolmen deserve the money that they get. But the bottom line is, she just gave $1 billion away in tax benefits before you did anything else. And you got plenty of money in the budget. So these people need the money, and go fund it, and don't come after our money that the public said. I've never met anybody that gets elected to an office that doesn't say, the voters sent me here to do a job. Well, the voters said what they wanted you to do. They wanted you to legalize marijuana, they wanted to tax it, and that's where they want the money to go. So figure out how to go do it. And what I thought was, my question kind of in this thing is that when I testified in front of that committee, those people are not people that probably do anything about Habitat Montana. They just don't discuss it. And the attention they gave me, and so my question is this: I think in this whole process, not only do we think we're going to move this program forward with the Montana Legacy concept, more money in it, but do you think that, especially the other half of the dynamics in the Montana Republicans, do you think they now have a better vision of what we can do and how to get landowners, sportsmen together and that whole thing? I just got a real sense out of this thing that we maybe also made some progress on where this conversation goes in the future, or is that just wishful thinking?
That's a good question, Chris.
That is a good story and a good question. I think that we've demonstrated, and I don't think I said it yet, so I want to also say Ben and Marcus are really talented at their jobs and very, very good professionals, and it's nice to have them to work with in the Capitol.
It's still a $50 gift limit.
They didn't pay me to say that. I think that something really important that happened was that the conservation community, or the sportsman's community, you know, the MOGA, I don't think you moms at the table yet, but the stock growers, all these different groups who worked on the sportsman's package showed ourselves that we can come together and find common ground, and that is very important. I mean, some of the people who were barely speaking to each other last session during some of that terrible discussions, I feel have hope that there's actually a lot of common ground in some of the bad feelings. I think people are able to put that aside, so that's important, and I can see it as a legislator, and I think those of us who work on the issues can see it very clearly. Some of the other people, like I think of it as people on House appropriations, like they're not even thinking about it at all. And we had a bill to take, not the Bertolio one, but a bill by Bill Mercer from Billings, just to strip all the money except for one category out of any of the conservation, and it passed. We'll see what happens going forward with the Lang bill. But to take all the money out of those little categories for conservation that the voters wanted with the marijuana bill, and just put it all into the general fund. And the argument that was made was that it was very blatant. I mean, people stood up and said voters can't tell us what to do with money, and so we're going to do this just to prove a point. But it was really about they wanted the money for other things. But it was phrased in a really ass backwards way. Like most people say my constituents, the voters have spoken, we have a clear decision on this, but they just doubled down on they're not the boss of us, which is a very strange argument for an elected politician to take, that the voters aren't the boss of us, because you are. So I'm not sure, but I think that if we keep working together to carry it forward to the next session and invest in this work that's already happened, they'll have to see it, because they'll see it in the bills that are brought forward, they'll see it in the hearings, and they'll see it in the collaborations. So I'm glad you went to House Approps.
Yeah, appropriators like to appropriate. They don't like anybody taking their money. Just that, and that's true in Congress. That's true everywhere. That's a universal truth. To your question, I do think the evolution of the lobbying coalition is really important, and the really strong partnership between these user groups and sportsmen is really important. It's a funny thing looking at the demographic of the legislature. Hunters are sort of fewer and fewer. I'm concerned about the Democratic caucus. We're an urban caucus. We don't have a lot of hunters in our caucus. They recognize conservation groups are an important constituency, but not so many really get up in the morning thinking it's the top of the line issue. So that concerns me. There really aren't many Republicans in the sort of the old tradition of businessmen hunters. They're not really there either. And the Republican Party, the Democrat has this, where's our soul going? Is it because we become more and more of an urban party? There are Republicans who are going to get primary because they've been too moderate, they've been too thoughtful. They are on the target list right now. Marilyn and I could name them. I'm sure Pat can name them in the Senate. And there's a part of the Republican Party that wants desperately to get more conservative, more radical. And they do not like these thoughtful Republicans that on some issues will vote to a larger good, which means voting with the Democrats. And how that's all going to go is sort of beyond my pay grade. There are a lot of other issues that are playing into that. Just this last 2 weeks ago, we saw 4 constitutional amendments on the House floor in a morning. None of them got the supermajority out of the Republicans. There were different Republicans that defected on all 4 of them. And every one of those Republican legislators now is at risk for a primary. And So whether the Republicans come back more rigid, more doctrinaire, or whether they keep this element that we can work with in their caucus, we'll see how the 2024 elections go.
Yeah, I think it is a really good question, Chris. And I think a couple things. One is, at this point, Tom, good observation on our respective caucus in the House and the Senate. We're the same way in the Senate. There's just a couple of us who aren't. Fortunately, most of our other senators just look to us and say, how should we vote on this? So it's solid in that sense, but there isn't a lot of appreciation for the issues and how important they are. And so that's going to continue to be a challenge. I think we're not going to win on our issues through brute force. We just don't have the numbers and or appreciation across the whole legislature for our issues. I think that's why the work that you did in the interim was so important. And for me, I think that is the future success of on sportsmen and women issues is through a coalition. And based on my work experience, that's where we find good solutions anyway. You can't win by stuffing landowners. You can't win by stuffing outfitters. You may win a battle, but you're going to lose the war because they're going to rally their political capital and beat you on the next round. So, and right now, anyway, they have more of that. So I think that is both just practically the way to go. And then I think we're going to end up with more enduring solutions if we can bring those groups together. And I think there's fear that we give too much up, so to speak, when we get involved with these collaborative solutions. And I think that's real. And I think you have to keep that in the back of your head, that you can't sell the farm when you're in these negotiations, and that's what they are. Every day you're sitting down, a collaborative effort, it's a negotiation. And I think we have to view it that way, and we still have to engage in it and make the gains that we can. And I think if we come back to the next session and you've got more agreement, I think you start to build on that, and session after session, legislators will expect, okay, here's the coalition package. And I mean, largely you could see it. I mean, it's pretty clear going into almost any of these committee meetings when things have support or they don't. And if they have support, they're going to sail through, and you'll get some questions and there'll be some discussion, but they're going to sail through. And that was the case on all but one of those, one of the bills this time. So yeah, I think that is the road we need to go down. I think it can be really powerful. And I just encourage Federation to stay engaged on that and lead on that effort and work really hard to keep all the tribe together, because when we lose some, it falls apart pretty quickly. And I would really echo Tom's comments earlier. It's hard when we've got our friends fighting and we're kind of left trying to referee and figure out who we want to support and not support, because we like all of you, appreciate all your efforts, and we don't want to choose winners and losers among people that we really appreciate and the interests that we appreciate.
It only takes 26 and 51.
I just want to say, when we went into 35, that, you know, we were split. And what I said to guys on the other side was, you know, to your respect to you, Tom, is that if you see this differently, then vote your conscience, testify your conscience. But whatever you do, remember, when we walk out of this room, we're going to be together on everything else. So don't forget that, you know, that And I tried to, and I think that came pretty good in that hearing that we had, that it was pretty respectful testimony, that we didn't beat each other up.
Another good point, Chris.
So we're almost done.
I'm done.
Here, you wanna-
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of build off of what all of these guys said, and, you know, I think it was last spring at one of the Federation meetings, I said, you know, something along the lines of kindness is a weapon. This is the net result of that weapon. Like, that cartoon is exactly what these guys were all talking about. It's finding that one thing that everybody can agree on and using that to build trust, to build your relationships, and quite honestly, to reclaim the authority that the citizens have over the legislature. You know, there are 150 of your neighbors that show up every other year to go put themselves through one of the most incredibly miserable experiences you could go through in 4 months. And they keep doing it.
Yeah.
So they're masochists just like we are. But at the end of the day, what they need to see is not, you know, Marcus and I, they need to see everybody in this room saying, this is what we want. And that's what really moves the needle. And so I think you know, from my perspective, this session has been a much, much better session in that regard. And it builds that trust. You know, it shows the legislators that they can count on us to, we'll say 90% of the time, get it right. But that, you know, there is no power granted to government that does not come from the people. And that is true so much more so in Montana than it is elsewhere. And that's because of our Constitution, that's because of just how involved, especially this community is. Because you look at other states, Colorado, which has so much more population, cannot muster the kind of response that Montana does. Wyoming, where a significant amount of their population lives for the outdoors, cannot muster the kind of response that Montana can. And that's because, you know, hunting and fishing, you know, it may be recreation, but it's who we are. And it's so ingrained into our lives that, you know, it shines through when you show up at the legislature and you have, you know, like, I can't remember how many times Mac Menard and I almost came to blows in the halls over the last decade. You know, I've had board members of MOGA threaten to take me out and, you know, show me, you know, who's right. You know, nobody's pulled a gun, which that did happen in Wyoming once, but that was on wolves. You know, and so this session, because of that interim work, because we were trying desperately to find some common ground with landowners, with outfitters, with other folks, what we saw on Friday morning was the culmination of that, where Alan Olson from the Montana Petroleum Association, we want to talk about the lobby team here, and I also want to make sure that we recognize that Senator Flowers, Senator Lynch, and Senator Ellis had a huge role in Senate Bill 442 as well. So it wasn't just Mike Lang, it was a huge cadre, a bipartisan cadre of.
It was hardly Mike Lang.
Yeah.
Well, Mike is the vehicle.
Mike was smart enough to get out of the way.
Mike is the cutlass, and that we put, you know, 442 into. That's an Oldsmobile joke. I don't think you'll get that. So it's, you know, bringing people together and using kindness as a weapon. It's not a weapon against other people. It's a weapon against intransigence. It's a weapon against complacency. And it really made us all, you know, go outside of our comfort zone because we were so used to putting on our armor and going and kicking ass. And so we had a completely different session, and that culminated in yesterday's hearing where the Petroleum Association was the lead proponent, and yeah, one of the conservation organizations was the last. And we let those rural voices go first on, on purpose because this bill does so much. And because honestly, the people that we disagree with have the same core values that we do. They care about the land, they care about animals, they just see it from a slightly different perspective. And if we can't empathize with that, and I think Alan Charles did this so beautifully at the agency because he understood and he spoke landowner because of his program work with block management, with hunter-landowner relationships. Like having that ability to empathize and see the other person's point of view, not only lets you figure out your strategy and how you can beat them, but it also lets you figure out how you can make them your friend and ally. And I've seen everybody in this room. You've done this with Casey Knudsen on ag tax, and this is one of the coolest partnerships I have seen in 20 years. Tom France, a progressive Democrat from Missouri, and Casey Knudsen.
Not if you measure me against the other Democrats.
He's a progressive. Casey Knudsen, who is, to the right of Benito Mussolini on a lot of things, they have found common ground on how to make family agriculture vibrant for the next 100 years. And that is so freaking cool because they were both willing to listen to each other and figure out a better path forward. And I think that interim study, that interim work is going to be really important for next session as we look at ways to keep family farmers and ranchers. And so, with that, Frank's starting to play the walk-off music here. So with that, we can close this. But yes, we are going to make sure that our legislators and Marcus, who's been listening to all of us talk, get the last word. So we'll start with legislators.
I think it's a beautiful afternoon. I'm glad you guys have to stay here and I get to walk home and take some time off. I'll just say, I'm dreading the last 3 weeks a little bit because I know there are sharks in the water. There are people, even as we're having a nice conversation here, are probably on the phone or meeting somewhere plotting where votes are going to be and how this is all going to work out. And they're going I think 442 has got some wind in its sails, but there's a ways to go before it gets to the governor's desk. And there are people that want to torpedo it, absolutely. And for Marilyn and I and Pat, there are a host of other budget and social issue bills. So we're not done yet. Great work so far on some things, other things not so much, but we got to keep going and finding good candidates. And if any of you are looking for something to do in the spring of 2025, there's an election happening in 2024. Feel free, Marilyn and Pat and I think we'll all be back. We'll welcome you into to the legislature. So we need good minds and good energy. So if you don't want to do it, find somebody who can. So thanks really much. It's always great to come to the MWF meeting.
Thanks for having us here. Thanks for all the work that you do. Pat Byworth, thanks for your work on the commission. Thanks everybody, and please keep showing up. It's almost over, but there's still time to make some phone calls and send some emails and show up in person. And seriously, if you have any interest in running for office, contact any of us. It is a citizen legislature. If we can do it, you can do it too. We need you.
Our little acronym for the session for our caucus has been freedom, fairness, accountability, and recruitment.
Yeah.
So we'll end with recruitment, particularly in Eastern Montana. If you've got any contacts there, or if you know community leaders that you think would make good legislators, Harvey, we're always looking for those folks, and I think that's going to be how we really gain more for our interests. And I know it feels like we lose a lot, but I can tell you, if you weren't involved, we would have very little power at all. It's only because you're behind us and the other legislators know that you're behind us, and that's where our power comes from. So thanks so much for giving us that and giving us the opportunity to deliver on our values that we share. Thank you.
You know me, I love to talk.
So we're gonna have a 5-minute bio break here, and then we're gonna start with a Doug Smith talk on wolves. So take a break, but please be back in 5 minutes.
great, like, no, it's not supposed to be, but like, you know, he keeps going down the road. I know. You know? No, but he really wanted to. That's, yeah, we all kind of, we don't have a high school. That's like out. My youngest son. And my mom doesn't know. She's like, she's been Cowboys fan. She just like, but it'd be so cool. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm like, think about we don't play. We didn't have back then. Yeah, like I guess maybe you're a big football. Maybe you don't need those phrases. Part of me thinks he's doing it. Like, I don't know if I want to go to that. Really? Maybe he's just like, maybe that's what it must be what they said. Yeah. Yeah, I should have put it on. That's the thing, it's kind of cool. Yeah. Oh my gosh. He's Manny. High school. So then the coaches have a beaver on there. Yeah, super cool. I feel like the more that they're aware of what is happening, the more they can train to avoid.
Okay, everybody, please sit down. We're going to get going again.
Yeah. And I know, I think it's not I had a sign. Yeah, we have like more.
All right, please be seated. Tom Pooster, that includes you. Harvey Nyberg, that includes you. Okay. Now, I have the difficult task of doing a brief introduction of Doug Smith. He has one of the most widespread careers and amazing careers of any of the people that I know, and I have to briefly introduce him. I could be up here for a couple of hours if I wanted to introduce him properly, but he was the project leader for the Yellowstone Wolf Project, and recently retired from Yellowstone National Park. He was also the project leader for the Yellowstone Elk Program and the Yellowstone Bird Program, and the inventory and monitoring of the Yellowstone National Park beaver survey and inventories. So all those four species he was involved in. He has worked in Yellowstone since 1994. He's authored or co-authored 6 books on wolves, elk, and birds. He was the leader of the avian work in Yellowstone Park for many years, and he's an avid birder. And he has more than 116 peer-reviewed publications. Other than that, he doesn't do a whole lot. And he's going to tell us a little bit about wolves today. Doug, thank you.
Well, okay, thanks. After an introduction like that, you always feel like, how do I live up to that? But unlike what Tom France said, he's been attending the Federation's board meetings for 4 years. This is my first. I've been here all day, and I found it extraordinarily interesting, thoughtful, passionate. You guys really, I feel badly that I haven't been coming for more years, and all the talks have been excellent. It's hard to go late in the day when you have to follow all of that. So what I want to talk about a little bit is, I've been in the park just until recently for 28 years. I was originally hired to do wolf reproduction very simply, and then the aftermath. What did that involve? And usually with wolves, that involves controversy in management and policy, but I kind of cut my teeth doing wolf biology and research. And the other unique thing about me coming and talking to you folks is, usually when I'm coming to Helena, I'm coming to do something unpleasant. And I'm a Fed, and so, you're coming to the belly of the beast, the state capitol. And so I've got, driving down the road here this morning, you get all these butterflies in your stomach kind of thing. And, and the other thing about Yellowstone is we're coached early on to stay in the park. We're exclusive jurisdiction, the world's first national park, and all that makes you a little bit of an 800-pound gorilla. And so you don't want to throw that weight around. And then on top of that, I've spent my career, although Chris's introduction, they abandoned the bird program, and I said, you can't do that. And I was a lifetime birder, and so backed into that position. And every wolf study I've been involved with is not just a wolf study, it's a wolf prey study. So that's how I got elk. And so before I knew it, I had 3 full-time jobs. They want you to stay in the park, mind your own business. And then the other thing, and I heard this a lot today, the reason I got into what I'm doing is because I'm extraordinarily interested in the animals. And so we just had an hour-and-a-half session in policy. A lot of you folks have been talking about policy management, challenges of that nature. What I bring to the table today on wolves is research, but I wanted to craft my words into kind of what you should be looking out for and what things might be happening to wolves in the state of Montana as a population and as a predator-prey system as a whole, couched within what the Federation is interested in. And so this is a little bit, just to tell you at the outside, unnatural pairing for me, because my career has been research on wolves, and then working in a national park, whose mission, by the way, is preservation, not conservation, and yours is conservation, and they're both worthy. And so I should have done this in a bigger font, but I want to talk a little bit about long-term ecosystem stability, predator-prey system stability, and what Yellowstone has to offer in terms of learning about that, and maybe how that might look in Montana. We just, as I was leaving the door, and I led this study for a couple decades, but we just published a study involving 5 national parks: Yellowstone, Grand Teton, Denali, and Yukon-Charlie in Alaska, and Voyageurs in Minnesota. I used to work in Voyageurs as well, looking at cross-boundary management issues. And these are all really tough because the default is if it's not in my jurisdiction, then I don't have to worry about it. And with different missions, these are painful things to talk about. And a couple of the speakers ahead of me, I think Chris most notably, talked about these issues with wolf management last winter, and Pat was involved with that intimately. And so that deals with human-caused impacts on wolf mortality in a cross-boundary situation. And that paper also dealt with wolf sociality, which compared to wolf population dynamics is much less studied. And I want to talk a little bit about the comparison to grizzly bears because of Chris's talk this morning. But they're both large carnivores, dominant large carnivores in North America, but you could not have more different life histories. Wolves are highly productive and highly resilient to human-caused mortality. Bears are the opposite. And so in terms of management practices, there's a lot of differences there. And then the big controversy is always killing wolves. And so I'm going to hit on that. And then the last thing I want to talk about, and I'll hurry to get to it, but I have to debate the top wolf biologist that there ever has been in the world and ever will be in Sweden in 3 weeks about wolf population regulation. And I was a technician for this person, Dave Meach, who's considered the top expert, and we do not agree on how wolf populations are regulated. And so this might be a little esoteric and off to the side, partly because rarely is a wolf population naturally regulated. Across all of Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, and we could talk about Yellowstone as an exception, wolf numbers are regulated by humans. It's a human-dominated landscape. And so when I put this talk together, I thought to myself, why should I talk about this? Because it doesn't really have any management implications. But I think that, you know, the underlying debate you might find interesting, and there might be a pearl or two that you would be interested in. And so I put this photo in just for Chris at the beginning, because grizzly bears are dominant to wolves at wolf kills. Wolves do a lot of killing, and bears do a lot of taking. On the order of 70–80% of the wolf kills that are contested between wolves and bears get. And it's not that way in Banff. It's more 50-50. And so this has been an interesting relationship. But the other interesting thing about this, and this is very important, and I got a couple slides coming up about this, but is that Yellowstone, despite being the world's first national park, has not been pristine. It has had its entire history. There has been some type of perturbation going on: market hunting, fur trade, predator control, fire suppression, bison management. It is not pristine, and in fact, arguably, it might be as pristine as it's ever been right now, because all of these critters are back. Grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, cougars. These are the dominant carnivores North America. You could throw coyotes on that list. Some people have lynx and wolverines, but they're in Yellowstone too, extremely low density. But you know, most of the wildlife in Yellowstone is cross-boundary, so you could add people to that. But for most of it, the last 100 years or so, cougars and wolves were gone. Bears are preserved because of Administrator Horace Albright liked them, but their numbers were much less, as Chris said this morning. And so now all of these populations might be naturally regulated in the park, but the park is not an isolated population from the rest. But that's just an idea I want to leave there to let you think about. And so this gets into these ideas of stability. But this is an inappropriate slide to show. I learned that in Public Speaking 101, because it's asking you to process too much. And so don't. What I wanted to do was, these are wolfpack territories in Yellowstone for about 25 years. We just published a book in 2020. This is in that book. You can study it there. But basically, the only message I want you to get out of this is the places that are appropriate for wolves are that way year in and year out. In other words, some packs remain in the landscape for 10 to 15 years. We've got one pack that's over 25 years right now. And there's other places in the landscape that wolves don't settle at all. And so good places for wolves remain good places for wolves, whether it's the same pack or a different pack. And I think you know that, but that's, I think, a point well worth emphasizing for the state of Montana, Idaho. In those places that have wolves, places that maybe have conflicts, are just going to be that way for a long time. This is wolf kill rate as measured by the number of elk they kill early and late winter per wolf. So the bottom is the bottom is time, 96 to 2020, and this is the number of elk killed per wolf in late winter, March, an intensive study period, and this is early winter, mid-November to mid-December, and that's designed that way because prey are generally in great condition early winter and in poor condition late winter, especially this year. And so the first thing to notice is they always kill more, roughly 2 elk per wolf per month in late winter, and roughly 1.5 elk, 1.4 elk per wolf per 30 days in early winter, because of that vulnerability difference I was talking about. And all of these points and lines of different colors are different ways to estimate kill rate. And I won't get into that, but you know, it's really hard to know actually what they're killing. And so we tend to do it with different independent methods, and then you combine those and it refines how well you estimate what they kill. So that's all that is. But the take home, because the message through this part of the talk is stability, is, you know, a lot of people, publicly, popular articles in the scientific literature, talk about the dynamic nature of ecosystems. They're always changing. If you're at a static place right now, it's just because you're on your way to another place that you'll be in the future. This argues against that. There's a ton of variability year to year, but that line, this is a 3-year moving average. That line is pretty flat. Okay, so they do kill more in late winter than early, but that line is pretty flat too. Now there's definitely a hard winter effect. Hard winters like this one favor wolf predation, and there's little blips, but these lines are flat. So again, this is not proven science, but it does come up a lot in the literature in other ways. It comes up for ecosystem stability, that stability might be the norm more than instability. Because if you read a lot, and I know all of you do, you're constantly seeing that change is just, that's the norm. And perturbations, you know, massive forest fires, I'm not arguing against climate change and things like that, that are going to cause ecosystem perturbations, but just think of this too. And I've read other papers that on a 1,000-year time scale, I'm not talking 10,000-year time scale, but 1,000-year time scale, it's a return to the mean. You get ecosystem perturbations and they keep coming back to the mean. And so this is kind of contrary to some of the things that you're hearing and reading today. This is another slight example. This is wolf population in Yellowstone, the first 25 years or so. This is right after reintroduction, unstable. And these are just two different areas in the park, the different colors, and this is the wolf population as a whole. You can argue in Yellowstone there's 2 different systems. The park was imperfectly created. It's 1872. They created for geological reasons, not wildlife reasons. The whole area was a howling wilderness at that time. Who cared about ecological boundaries? But you don't need fancy analysis to see that this is what I call phase 1, and this is phase 2. And this is a period of stability, and this is a period of instability because there had been no wolves for 70 years. The big question is what's going to happen next? Probably some type of perturbation. But the other interesting thing is, and this is another kind of lesson for Montana, is that knowing where the wolf population is in terms of I just call this phase 1, but if this is the colonization phase and this is the saturation phase, means a lot to wolf population dynamics. It affects pack size, it affects pack structure, it affects dispersal rate, it affects reproduction. In other words, fewer pups here, less dispersal here. This is large pack size, or it actually dispersal keeps pack sizes smaller, high productivity, high dispersal, very low pack structure, very complex pack structure. Just knowing what phase your wolf population is in, colonizing or saturated. And most heavily harvested populations are stuck here, right there. So you're kind of amping up the reproductive potential. Now this is elk. In my hurry to get this done, we have a few more counts out here. This is the northern Yellowstone elk herd, which is shared, it's a cross-boundary herd, primarily, but not entirely, summers within Yellowstone. Used to primarily winter in the park, now doesn't. Now 80 to 90% of the elk are leaving the park in the winter and moving out. This is the minimum count. This is not site-ability corrected. On average, you see about 70% of the elk. It can vary as much from 50 to 90% or so. So this is not sitably corrected, but what you can see here is from 1923 to 1968, primarily due to a lack of predators and a perceived notion, which is probably correct, that the elk were impacting the landscape. The park was removing elk annually, either by killing them, shipping them, or sending them to elk ranges throughout the US, Canada, and Mexico that had lost elk during the market hunting period. Once that ended, the elk herd shot up, and then the story in Yellowstone became too many elk. And that was the dominant issue until about the time I arrived. I was still hearing and reading about too many elk and what they're doing to the landscape. The state responded with the late hunt. All of you are probably very familiar with that. Many of you probably hunted in it. But we reintroduced wolves here at kind of a historic high. This was right when and this was not a government cover-up. They said we didn't do the count those 2 years to hide the impacts of wolves. But it was a recent high, and so it was really hard for the herd to do anything but decline. And this decline, and this is stabilized now too. This is probably sitably corrected somewhere over 20,000 elk. Now it's probably sitably corrected somewhere in the 6,000 to 8,000 range. And what is very difficult is to explain this to the general public that fewer is better, that this number is more ecologically appropriate than this number. And so in terms of National Park Service policy, we feel that this is more an ecologically appropriate number than this, but this also means a restored predator suite, which is, I'll get to that problem in a minute. This is from a book, you know, the old expression, hold your friends closer, hold your friends close, hold your enemies closer. This was written by Fred Wagner in 2006, won the Wildlife Society Book of the Year Award, and it was basically the entire book criticizing Yellowstone. So I've read it twice because I want to be very familiar with what it says. And this is his reconstruction of the elk herd all the way back to 1850. The black dots are actual counts. The open dots are estimated. And then these are all the different either ecological things occurring at the time or management actions. And you can see that if the theme I was showing you a couple slides ago is stability in ecological systems, this is highly unstable system. And from roughly here to here, about 77,000 elk were removed by those methods I mentioned. Park killing them, park shipping them, state hunters shooting them at the park line. So this was the period of artificial control, but you can see the history of the park is really characterized by instability. And so things lately, as I showed on the wolf slide, the kill rate slide, the elk population slide, are kind of starting to equilibrate. This is why there was concern about the elk all those years. And so elk population sizes, a big point in Montana always. This is why it's a concern. But one thing, and I don't have a lot of time to talk about this, but the issue of browsing versus grazing are two very different issues. Most of the research on grazing indicates that the elk population stimulated productivity for the grazing system. Grass is adapted to being clipped. It's like mowing your yard. It grows right back. Browsing, on the other hand, has a suppressing effect. The growing tip is the apical meristem. It gets removed. The plant has to go around it. So most of the research on browsing has indicated that it suppressed willow, aspen, and cottonwood recruitment for most of the 20th century. So two very different issues that the public conflates together. So this is what elk looks like in Yellowstone in the middle part of the 20th century. And this was the response because it was perceived that there are too many elk. So to come full circle in the slides that I had, we, with a fully restored carnivore community, in alignment with National Park Service objectives of restoring and preserving natural systems, this doesn't happen anymore. And the state of Montana late hunt was eliminated in, I think, 2008. Ken McDonald just walked in, did I get that right? Okay, great. So this is an overall look. That's the wolf population, excuse me, wolf population, elk population. Here's this period of stability, instability through here, historic instability, and that's bison. And so that's the new story. We wrote a book summarizing 25 years worth of research in Yellowstone, and a lot of questions I get after the publication of that book is, what's the next 25 years going to look like after the last? And it's been pretty much a wolf, elk, throw in cougar, bear system the first 25. The next 25, you're going to have to consider bison. When I got to Yellowstone in 1994, there were 500 bison on the northern range of the park. Now there's over 4,000. And so that has changed things significantly. I threw this in to give you a mental break. Just data slide after data slide. I spent a lot of my career both for Yellowstone and in Yellowstone flying. I've seen, I don't know, a dozen kills from the air. It's very fascinating because the wolves ignore you and you can just kind of circle. In this particular instance, the wolves killed. We began collaring elk in 2000, went to about 2004, there was a hiatus, and then began again in 2011, and tried to keep 80 to 100 cow elk on the air annually. And this happened to be a collared cow that they killed. But it was interesting because the pilot and I were locating the wolves when they were just kind of lackadaisically traveling up the Yellowstone River. And then all of a sudden, without any difficulty in telling, their whole demeanor changed. They started to move quicker. Their attention was focused forward. And we were like, something's going on. And we increased the level of our circling. And sure enough, about a mile ahead were about 20 or 30 elk, unbeknownst to them, just grazing. And what ensued was a couple-mile chase, finished off by these wolves, bringing down that cow elk that was collared. And she was old. She was old. So this is the split between, this is female elk. Again, I split it by early winter, late winter, male elk, same thing, early winter, late winter. Again, this font's too small. I apologize for this, so I'll read this to you. This says senescent. That's old elk. And this is prime age elk. Both the state and us have worked hard on what is a senescent elk. And right around 13 or 14, survival goes down for cow elk, and they start going into alternate year reproduction. In other words, it's too energetically costly to produce a calf every year. You've got to gestate it, you've got to lactate it, and you've got to restore your condition that summer. And that's too much to do for an older elk. So they kind of flip to alternate year reproduction around that 12 to 14 year mark, and their survival rate starts to go down. And that's reflected here. So the aqua color are old elk past that 13, 14 year age class. And roughly, I didn't show you the data, but the elk that we're capturing and some data from the state on hunting, about 80% of the northern herd is prime aged elk. So this is strong selection for older elk. And I kept waiting for the information to change, but year in and year out, the average age of cow elk killed by wolves was about 14. It just was almost stuck there. I mean, it would bounce down to 13 and a half, went up to a little above 14. But it was really stuck right at that boundary between prime and old. So here's something contrary to what I'm talking about, a long-term stability. I showed you a slide earlier about how kill rates just really over a 25-year period are flat. This is another way to look at wolf predation, and this is what they're eating. And the three primary things that they eat in Yellowstone are elk, bison, and deer. And although deer are at the bottom quite significantly. And the yellow are elk, The red are bison, and the kind of light green are deer. And through, again, late winter split, this is time, and this is proportion in the wolf diet. And you can see elk coming down and bison and deer going up. Now, part of the stability that I showed you in the wolf population has been, we think, subsidized by this bison situation. Remember I said 500 when I got there in Yellowstone in '94, 4,000 now. With the elk population that's declined, and the other thing that's happened to the elk population, this is very important, is the average vulnerability of elk has gone way down. In other words, it's primarily composed of prime age elk that are hard for wolves to kill. They don't have many problems. Wolves make their living off of vulnerable elk. That also means young elk. That's gone down. Wolves, the wolf population, if I could flip back to those two graphs I showed, the wolf population should have gone down too. It's been stable since about 2010 at about 10 packs, 100 wolves in the park. I should have pointed that out to you earlier. We think that's because of this bison subsidy. There are just so many bison in the park, and a quarter to a third of these bison are scavenged. They're dying midwinter to late winter every week from some kind of winter-caused issue. And then when you have that many bison on the range year-round, I mean, there's a bison or two dying even in the middle of summer. And then the rut causes another spike because these bulls kill each other. So this is unfolding science. I don't have everything to say that could be said about it now, but probably the wolf population would have declined had the bison population not surged. This is classic prey switching behavior, and we're still trying to figure out if that's helping elk or hurting elk. But again, you guys are not as interested in the park as you are the state of Montana. And keep in mind, I spent 28 years in Yellowstone working with wolves, and you can't work with wolves without getting a lot of controversy or phone calls. And one is about, I get all the time, wolves have ruined hunting across the tri-state area. Well, these are data from these are statewide elk populations for Wyoming, Montana, Idaho. Kind of had to show this to this group. That's the 95 estimate for each state, and it's equal to or greater than, this is 2018, so these are a little old, than what it was at the time wolves were reintroduced. And then the brown bars are harvest rates. We weren't able to get data for Montana in 1995, but they are also greater than or equal to what the harvest rate was for elk when wolves were reintroduced compared to roughly 20 years later. And so sometimes when people call up and say the wolves are wiping out the elk, or I drove through Yellowstone and I drove through there in the 80s and I saw elk all over the place, and now I don't see them anywhere because the wolves have killed them all. I find this data quite interesting. Okay, shifting gears a little bit. This winter, midwinter, a paper of ours came out that looked at cross-boundary management of wolves and what the impacts of human-caused mortality is on wolves. We made no statements about policy or management, none. That is beyond the scope of the paper. The paper was just designed as how many wolves are killed that live primarily within national parks, outside of parks, and what does this do to the packs? Some people found this word controversial. Forget it, it's out of your jurisdiction, none of your business. Our goal here was to enhance understanding, and isn't it better to have data on something than to not have data on it? So here are the 5 parks. This is Denali, the largest, about 6.5 million acres. The big management issue here is this is a sliver of land in the park where a lot of wildlife crosses, especially wolves, but they're not protected in the park. So a lot of wolves get killed right in this area here. And the Board of Game in Alaska used to close it to wolf hunting and trapping. And since I believe around 2000, it's been opened. And wolf mortality has been very high here because of this crossover effect. So that's their key issue. Yukon Charlie has wolf control right up to the boundary. And there's a migratory caribou population. And if the caribou leave the park, which they usually do, the wolves follow them out of the park. There are resident moose, but very low numbers. So good portions of the entire wolf population can leave the park and go into an environment of wolf control. Just to let you know, in case you know this is an Alaskan issue, wolf control is very different from wolf harvest. Wolf control is to kill 80 to 90% of the wolves in any given area to grow caribou or moose, usually. And all state land in Alaska is legislated to be maximum sustained yield for ungulates. I would call this farming wildlife. Hate to put it any other way, but it basically gets into killing wolves and bears to grow caribou and moose. And so Yukon Charlie's in the middle of that. These two parks, Grand Teton, Voyageurs, their issues are they're small. There's no one wolf pack that's entirely contained within the park. Both Denali and Yellowstone, the wolves that I was working with live 96% of the time in the park. But all of them at some point, except maybe one, leave the park, but for a very little period of time. Denali the same, except for this cut here. I just told you about Yukon Charlie, and these no pack lives entirely within the park. So that's kind of the cross-boundary situation. Here are this is just split. There's many types of human-caused mortality, many types of natural mortality. We just split it into human-caused is brown, and light brown is natural. These are the individual parks, and this is all parks combined. And it's roughly a third of the wolves that live, for the most part, and there's some exceptions to this, but primarily when the national parks are getting killed by people outside of national parks. And as expected, Yukon Charlie was the highest, but Grand Teton was equal to that. So that's that small park effect. Yellowstone was lowest along with Denali for the reasons we expected. But we just wanted to first establish what is the impact of human-caused mortality. Most people think if you're living inside a national park, human-caused mortality is going to be low. It's just going to be car strikes, very occasional capture-related mortalities. Possibly we killed 2 wolves because of habituation. But in other words, the message was much higher than anybody predicted. This is a bit noisy. I won't spend a lot of time on it. This is the type of human-caused mortality split out, and it's as you'd expect. Wolf control harvest for the parks. This is Yellowstone. This is mostly harvest. This is Denali harvest. Yukon Charlie here, harvest and capture related. A key thing here that I want to begin to talk about after the next 2 slides is pack size. And the reason why these have kind of a hump shape is wolf pack size varies through the year. It's always smallest late winter. It's always highest spring, right after the pups are born. And it's a very important factor in wolf life is pack size. And the bigger packs tend to be more resilient than a smaller pack in terms of impacts of human-caused mortality. And so this is a look at the probability that a pack persists after it suffers 1 or more human-caused mortalities. And this is the probability that a pack reproduces after 1 or more human-caused mortalities. And you can see that the brown is when it suffers 1 or more. These are the different parks, and the aqua is when it suffers none. So this is when we're comparing packs in national parks that do not experience any human-caused mortality, and then what happens to that pack the next year. So it's a very hard study to do because we're following those packs for a year after. And do they produce pups? And then does the pack persist? In other words, do they dissolve? And although this is a little bit beyond the scope of the study, this should probably be at the top, because what we're beginning to see is what we call pups act as a social glue. Wolves are very cohesive in the winter. In the summer, they spread out. Their focal point is the den, but they're preying on smaller prey packages, neonate elk calves, deer, maybe beavers, occasionally a large ungulate. But most of the time they're doing that in groups of singles or duos or trios, occasionally 4 together, but they're breaking apart and spreading out across the landscape at a greater rate. So what keeps them together? They return to the den or the rendezvous site where the pups are. In the winter, they're traveling together as a pack, as a cohesive unit. So if they don't have those pups in the summer and they split up like that, sometimes the social connections kind of fray and the pack breaks apart. So those pups can have a holding together of the pack effect. This is, at this point, kind of a hypothesis, somewhat speculation, but in Yellowstone, any given year, only 70 to 80% of the packs have reproduced. That's not all of them. So there's a good handful that don't, and human-caused mortality can impact the likelihood of that pack producing pups, which can lead to lack of persistence in the future. So this is just something that we're beginning to look at, and the difference between losing a subordinate wolf and a breeding wolf is significant. If you kill a non-breeder, the likelihood of the pack reproducing is about 27%, I think, something around there. But if you kill a breeder, it can be over 70%. Probability they won't reproduce. Another, again, I'm diving in here a little bit in social dynamics. Most people study wolf population dynamics, totally different things, and wolves are known to be resilient populationally. But this is the 8 Mile pack last winter. And last winter, we lost 20% of the wolf population due to harvest. We read about that in the paper, and Chris talked about mentioning that. We had a good method worked out for about 10 years. Wolves were delisted first in 2009. They were relisted in 2010. They were delisted again, I believe, 2011. It went back and forth so many times, I have a hard time keeping track sometimes. But they were delisted, then relisted, then delisted. And that first year, we had pretty high mortality because the wolves come out of the park, spending most of the time in the park, are not used to hunters. They're used to visitors, watching them at close range. So this bear chase thing that you guys got into today as a statement, I think was very good. These wolves, you can't have a hard line, you need to have a soft line. We kind of had that worked out. I think that it was a real nice compromise. There was reduced harvest against the park boundary for roughly 10 years. And then last winter, that all fell apart. And 19 wolves were killed just north of the park. Actually, it was 2 hunt units at that time, 313, 316. Now it's just 1 hunt unit. And last winter, we lost 19 wolves in those 2 hunt units. 6 wolves were killed elsewhere outside the park. So we lost 25 wolves last winter, which was 20% of the population. Normally, we lost 3 to 4 wolves. These are wolves, I'm not allowed to say that, I'm not allowed to say park wolves. Wolves that primarily live in Yellowstone that occasionally go out. Normally we leave three to 4 of those a year. So a significant increase, and this was a big issue. And again, the park is very risk averse, although some of you might disagree with that in this room. We tend to not like to engage in political debates. We have enough problems with bison. We have enough problems with visitor use. We have enough problems with other kind of things. And this rose to near the top of our list of things that we wanted to speak out against. So I already knew Pat, but that's how I got to know Pat better. That's how I got to know other commissioners as well, because we're trying to work through this issue. And the hard part about it is we thought we had a good compromise worked out. And we went from, a moderate work together approach to, I hate to say it this way, and I'm retired, so maybe I can, you're really treading on our mission here. We need some respect for the National Park Service mission, because this isn't, I think, playing ball here. And so back to this pack is the 8 Mile pack. A lot of the harvest last winter was subordinate wolves and pups. And so pack size is one thing that buffers against loss of reproduction and persistence. So the Junction View pack started the winter with 27 wolves. The long-term average pack size in Yellowstone is 10. so this is way above the average. They lost 6 wolves and the pack stayed in place. And I think the buffer was pack size. This pack lost the alpha female. And right after that, they went places we had never recorded them going before. I fully acknowledge this is an anecdote, but why would they do that? Literally radio tracking them their entire life. We lose her, they go to places that they'd never been, and they suffered intraspecific mortality from other wolves. Other wolves killed them. And so right now there's a student at the University of Montana working on some of this. And she's finding actually that it's an age-old dogma, I'll just say this, that human-caused and natural-caused mortality to wolves is compensatory. So the more people kill them, the less natural mortality you have. The less people kill them, the natural mortality goes up. And it's kind of a yin and yang compensatory relationship. This woman looking at all the data from when hunting began on wolves at the boundary since the beginning is finding that this relationship might not be holding up for this reason. And she's still working on it. I need to be respectful of graduate students, and some of the analyses they're doing nowadays are above my head, but she's finding that increased human mortality can lead to increased interspecific killing between wolves. Mechanism we don't know, but certainly this is suggestive of that. And this just identifies all the different wolves that were killed, and the key was the alpha female. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about dispersal because this impacts pack structure. And it's probably no secret to you, and we've documented we've radio collared over 500 wolves in Yellowstone, over 550 now, and that's over 600 capture events. And we followed them in terms of dispersal, a couple hundred. And this is actually another graduate student's working on writing this up now. But as you would imagine, it's classic wildlife theory. All wildlife moves from high density to low density. And so virtually all these wolves were collaring, and when they disperse, they're leaving the park. I mean, literally, I can almost count on 2 hands how many wolves have dispersed into the park. Very, very rare. And it's not uncommon, maybe I shouldn't say that, it does happen when a wolf from outside comes in and wanders around and you watch its route and then it leaves. Because it's full of wolves. What's interesting about that is you don't even need statistics to look at this, but it's the dispersal that we observe in the park is strongly male biased. More males dispersed than females, no stats needed. And if you look at the wolf literature, it's spotty. Some studies suggest that, not strongly. A lot of others have equal probability of males and females dispersing. So a male or female, both will leave the pack. Yellowstone, overwhelmingly males. Female wolf here, just to remind me to get into this, this is a female wolf in a crate coming in 1995. I just retired. A little bit of retirement is going down memory lane, so I put that in there. This is the longest surviving wolf pack in Yellowstone, and I think this is pertinent to Montana. Yellowstone wolf packs have very low overturn. The pilot that I used to fly with in Yellowstone flew all the wolves in the state of Wyoming, and it was great. And I have a tribute to the pilot that I flew with for most of my years. He was based in Bozeman, and he didn't do much flying in Wyoming. The pilot I flew with the last 5 or 6 years did all of Wyoming wolves, and he just made it. Sometimes the best biology is not done by a scientist or intellectual or grad student. It's just someone who's out there every day going, I think this is what's happening. And he's like, in Wyoming, it's constant overturn of packs on the landscape. A pack's there, a pack's gone, the next year another pack moves in, and it's always a pair and pups. In Yellowstone, like I said, average pack size is 10, and they're multi-generational. You have a breeding pair, you have pups of the year, and then you usually have 3 or 4 adults that were pups born previous years. You can have up to 20, 25, as I just mentioned, and it's all kinds of different age classes, and it's a rich social fabric. He's like, there's very little of that in Wyoming. So back to this male bias dispersal. This pack has been in place since 1995. They're still going. We have pretty good data on the average lifespan of a wolf in Yellowstone, about 5 to 6. We've had them live to 12. That's maximum lifespan. The average is 5 or 6. Totally different than a grizzly bear. Wolves live life in a hurry. They have to do everything fast. Produce at a young age, have a litter every year, maybe have multiple litters. The average female probably has 3 or 4 litters in her life. Maybe produces 5 or 6 pups to recruitment age. I'm going to guess it's half of that for wolves that live in Montana and Idaho because of human-caused mortality. So how long does a pack stay in the landscape? Still working on that? 10, 15 years maybe. This pack's 25 years or more, and these are the different breeding tenures of these females. And all of them are from within the pack. Female born within the pack, sister in the pack. They're matriarchies. I'll just say it. Then these are the male tenures, but these are males coming in from outside. Wolves avoid inbreeding like all other mammals and birds. If you got the female staying, you can't have the sons staying too. So they're leaving, but other males are coming into those packs. And they're staying on the landscape a long time. There's not high turnover, which I would predict is the situation in Montana. And I was on the twig recovery team technical working group for Colorado, and I posed that to them as an a priori hypothesis. And I think the wolf habitat in Colorado isn't as large and continuous as it is in Montana. And so they're going to be driven by human conflict as well. And so there's going to be high turnover on the landscape like Wyoming as well. And then the last piece, that's the average wolf lifespan of a wolf in Yellowstone. And most of these breeding tenures exceed that. And so my point is, this is what stability and lack of human exploitation will do. And I'm not advocating for either one. I'm just trying to say, pay attention and think about it. And maybe not, there's a lesson or two for wolf management. But the reason I asked Chris the question I did after his talk today, this is a photo given to me by Carolyn Stein, who used to work for FWP here in Helena. But to have wolves, you need to kill them. That's kind of an evolving dogma. There's some people who do not agree with that, some social scientists. So I maybe should present it as this is an open debate. But if you can kill wolves, the idea is that it enhances social tolerance. But how much social tolerance? Is that true? So, I've spent my life studying wolves, and you would think by now I would have some words of wisdom about resolving conflict, And I got interviewed a lot in Yellowstone, probably to some of your consternation in here, looking at my interviews. I didn't ask for all those, by the way. When you work in Yellowstone and you work with wolves, they come your way without asking. And one of my favorite throwaway sound bites early on in the 90s was, man, I hope the wolf controversy has died down a little bit 25 years from now. Well, I just retired last fall after 28, and it hasn't. In fact, it might be greater. And so the only thing I can think about is when you think about wolves, I think wolf management is on a continuum. You have this kind of idea, I hate them all. Life's easier without them than with them. And that's kind of faded. Most people accepted wolves are around, but you still run across it. I know the first 10 years I was in Yellowstone, my phone rang off the hook about it. Two, you have the other folks who are like, you can't kill any of them. Protect them. They're self-regulating. I got to get to that last little piece of my talk. It's practice about my debate with Dave Meach. They're self-regulatory because they're territorial and they kill each other. You don't need to hunt them. Conflict management only. To, well, maybe, I think that's what Idaho, Montana is doing right now. And I can't add anything to Chris said or Ed Bangs, a former colleague. When the legislature is managing wildlife, it's bad. Now that I'm retired, I can say that. To me, this might be the lake states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. And the only difference I could say there is, Minnesota never lost wolves, so they're not as novel and big as a deal. But they might be there, but really, really hard to get there and stay there. And I think that's a combination of what I said a couple minutes ago. Does killing wolves enhance tolerance or not? Open question, but clearly they're a species that can sustain a harvest, certainly populationally. I hope I impressed on you some things socially that we need to think about. That's not arguing for against harvest. That's something additionally to be aware of. But in conflict management, as Chris said, that's over here. Of course, you got to deal with that. This doesn't seem that hard to me. But one other thing about policy is, you know, I worked all that time for the National Park Service. This, if you boil our mission down, this is what it's about. And that's what I thought in the meetings. You know, we all have these meetings when this stuff crops up. We should be arguing. Our mission is visitor enjoyment and protecting natural systems. You know what won the day? Economics. And I saw that in your statement. And there's been a ton of studies. University of Montana did the first in the 20 years ago. Wolves are worth $35 million to the gateway communities. Now that figure's upwards around 80 million. I saw your figures in recreation, and Yellowstone Park itself generates $770 million in economic activity a year, 7,000 jobs. And the biggest attractant to the park is wildlife. And when you survey what wildlife, it's always grizzly bears and wolves top 3, always. That's what the legislatures and the commissioners were listening to. And I was, no, let's stick pure to our mission. Some of the things that Pat said this morning, and that was a losing argument. that bothers me a little bit. I got to get to the end here. I got 5 minutes, but I was just talking with Harvey. Yeah. He said, geez, Doug, one of the better things you did in Yellowstone was ride in the mountains and visit outfitters. I won't say exactly what I said to Harvey, but a lot of my bosses didn't like me doing that because they thought I just enjoyed riding in the mountains, which is true. But talking to people that don't agree with you is one of the more effective things we can do. And I did that because a ranger urged me to in 2000, and I did it darn near every year, but rode into outfitter camps and talked about wolves. And that was a very effective conservation program that this old ranger came up with. And when he died, I continued. And again, I'm retired, but got no support from my bosses to do. They were like, where have you been the last week, kind of thing. And I appreciate people coming up to me and saying, I think that was one of the more better programs you did. But I'm still worried because wolves are driven by human attitudes. So Ed Bangs, who lives here in Helena, and he's retired too, he's a good friend, he said, Doug, quit worrying. Who would have thought 70 years ago that we'd have wolves back in Idaho, Montana, Wyoming? This is why I'm worried. And this is why I'm worried. I would say this is your guys' champion, Teddy Roosevelt. But he said wolves are the beast of waste and desolation. And he was a great conservationist, our greatest as a president. By the way, I sat an afternoon with his great-grandson in my office in Yellowstone. Loved it, being able to talk to Teddy Roosevelt's great-grandson. I had to ask him, would he still say this today? And he said, no, I think he would change his mind. Did my heart good. But this is the other reason I'm worried. Road to a paved highway in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. You can tell where Yellowstone Park and Shoshone Forest, or excuse me, Bridger Teton Forest are a little bit Shoshone National Forest, but that's the road system. That is the death knell for wolves, is human access, as well as a lot of other wildlife issues that you guys have talked about today. So I put this in for Chris as well. This is just another mental break. All those hours flying, you do see wolves and grizzly bears a little bit. So this is my push to the end. I don't want to go over. This is a book published in 2003 by Dave Meach. This is an article written by him, and he's talking about how wolf populations are regulated. And there's two different opposing views on this. Intrinsic regulation, which is self-regulation. In other words, at some point, the population begins to limit itself, usually through interspecific killing, versus extrinsic regulation, which is a great example, elk and deer. They rise to the level of food supply. Now, evolutionarily speaking, they never hit the level that their food supply was exhausted because predators always limited them. So every territorial animal in the literature is considered to be intrinsically regulated because territoriality is a spacing mechanism. Yet Dave Meach, the grandpappy of them all, says wolves are extrinsically regulated. I worked for Dave Meach as a technician, and so I'm the young pup, but couldn't help but go, wait a second. So that got me in a debate with him at a Worldwide Wolf Conference in Sweden in 3 weeks. So I don't know how this is going to go, but this is the relationship. Linear. This is food, and this is wolf density. That's the entire story. And Dave, of course, most published wolf person there is, put Yellowstone on the map. Now I could get into some errors on this, but I won't because I'm running out of time. Just for you guys' sake, none of this will apply to Montana. Wolves live on a human-dominated landscape, and they will never get to the point of self-regulation. We did 2 studies, one published, one unpublished, on wolf mortality in the tri-state area. And in one study, it was 77% of wolf mortality was human-caused, and the other was 78%. So if you're a wolf, you're going to die at the hands of a person. Okay, so this is all maybe esoteric and doesn't matter. So this is, I moved out all the other lines because all those other dots were studies. What we're talking about, or what I'm talking about, is at some point this levels off. And we've seen that in Yellowstone because of this. Wolves killing each other. And it spiked when that elk population declined. Again, I've got to hurry, but time this back to the beginning. You saw that elk population decline, elk became less vulnerable, wolves had a harder time getting food, they hadn't switched completely to elk yet. Intraspecific, this went way up. Oops. This went way up. Wolves killing each other, and the population moderated itself. But we're thinking theoretically, it doesn't happen until you get to really, really high wolf densities. Wolf densities you will never see in the tri-state area. Wolf densities you rarely see in remote regions of Canada and Alaska. And that's why it's rarely considered. Okay, I had to go quickly. But that's our esoteric debate. Happy to talk about it later. I do have to say one thing. I flew with this guy for 25 years. This is Roger Stradley, famous guy out of Bozeman. His brother Dave Stradley, his dad Jim Stradley, who was a World War II flight instructor. This was me and him in October, and he just passed away a month ago. And I flew probably 5,000 hours with this guy, and every wolf pilot or every wolf study needs a guy like him. So I did have to say something. Whatever I left out of my talk, we tried to put in our book. But my last slide is, a lot of people ask, why did you retire? I'm not sure why, it's a complicated story, but this is why I retired, because some days I felt like this. That's my answer. Okay, that's all I have. I think I didn't go too much over.
Questions for Doug?
Yes, sir, in the back.
I have 2 very quick questions. First one is the gray wolf the only, historically, the only wolf species in our region?
Species, yes. There's 5 subspecies in North America. 2, there's the red wolf in the east, and the red wolf taxonomic status looks like it's holding up. There's been a big debate about whether that's a hybrid between a coyote and a gray wolf, and it looks like it does have unique origin. That's the other species, Canis rufus. Gray wolves are Canis lupus, and there's 5 subspecies. Mexican wolves are the most unique, Canis lupus bailey. Dave Meach, the guy I'm talking about here, and by the way, everything I said about Dave Meach, this will be a very collegial debate. looking forward to it. I mean, I might be nervous, but I'm looking forward to it. Does not believe the subspecies concept applies to wolves. Because for speciation of any type, any kind of taxonomic differences you get, you've got to have reproductive isolation, which is usually not always caused by geographic isolation. And there's basically nothing that gets you geographic isolation of wolves in North America because they are so capable at moving and interbreeding. Now that doesn't mean you don't get gene clusters. You know, they did some studies of wolves that live on the east side, west side of the Mackenzie River in the Northwest Territories. You can identify which side of the river they came on because the caribou flowed north-south. The wolves rarely dispersed east-west. So you will get that, but a lot of people argue that this idea that we reintroduced a Canadian wolf to Yellowstone and Idaho, wolves exist on a continuum across the continent with constant integration. You know, look, I'm perfectly, I accept anti-wolf arguments, just make sure they're based on data and fact. So this idea of this ferocious Canadian wolf is not one of those arguments.
The
Sorry.
other question I had is, for recruitment of elk, what is the ratio of calves to cows in Yellowstone?
Well, there's 8 herds, and only one's really looked at. 2 were looked at historically, Massive Firehole, that was a study out of Montana State, Bob Garrett, P.J. White, and then the northern herd, which is looked at intensively by the Northern Range Working Group, and it varies every year. It can be anywhere from low teens to mid-20s. It'll depend on a combination of summer, forage, winter severity, and usually predation. But it can vary anywhere from low teens to mid-20s, yeah, depending on your year. Yes?
I had a question about bison.
Uh-oh.
Well, you said when you started there were 500 bison in the park.
Northern Range.
And
Northern Range.
And now there's quite a few more.
Yeah.
And your graphs show the population increasing over time. What was the causative factor of the bison increasing so much?
Okay, so I don't know if, I think everybody, it's a small room, heard the question about bison increase. So her question was, there were only 500 bison in the Northern Range when I got there. Now there's over 4,000, 6,000 in the entire park. Why did that increase occur? First caveat, I did get my nose in many wildlife issues in Yellowstone. That is one I did not get my nose into. And so this answer will be just through osmosis or walking around the halls, hearing other people talk. But when I got to Yellowstone, most bison lived in the interior and very few lived in the northern part of the park. And that has kind of flipped. And the best I can understand was some bison culturally. I talked a little bit, I guess I touched on wolf culture, but culturally wolf or bison began to migrate differently. I can't explain that to you, why or how, but they began to move to the north. And because it's a moderated microenvironment, there's less snow. The Northern Range is way more open than the interior of the park. Those 2 things probably cause bison migratory behavior to change. And so they just started to move north and stay north. And I think their productivity is higher there. And not this winter, but last winter, hardly any of them left the park at all. This winter, many have left, over 1,500 have been removed. But that has changed the bison dynamic, this flip, and I think it was a migratory change in herd dynamics is the best I can explain. If anybody else knows about that, I'll yield to them. Yeah.
One of the things you didn't talk about in here was the habitat in the park. And it seems to me that the habitat has really improved with the reintroduction of wolves because we've stabilized the elk population on that whole thing, you know, that elk population 6,000 to 7,000, which I remember back in the 60s, I think there was an estimate made by biologists at that time that the Yellowstone herd should be 6,000 or whatever. And so we've gone through all these gyrations up to 20-some thousand after 88 fires after that. But lately we're at 6,000 and 7,000, and there's a bunch of people think that it should be. But we're at the population level that it should probably be. But it also the habitat in Yellowstone is more diverse, better condition, more age structure, especially aspen and those kinds of things. Is that in your book? So you talk a lot about that?
The hardest chapter in our book was a vegetation chapter. And the reason why, as the senior editor of the book, so the societal debate about wolves is to have them or not have them. The scientific debate about wolves is, what do they do? And usually that's couched in a predator-prey format because big game hunting is important to people. But ecosystem impacts are another one, and that's what your question's about. So the raging debate in Yellowstone scientifically was, what have they done to the ecosystem? And these things take decades. But despite that, and without much time, and it is in the book, I made the disparate factions on this work together, which taught me some life lessons when you do that. Because there was definitely internal warring and phone calls going, take my name off the chapter kind of thing. But in general, the lessening of grazing and browsing pressure, fewer elk, it's called a density-mediated trophic cascade versus a behaviorally mediated trophic cascade, has got support that has increased woody vegetation recruitment. And that's having spin-off effects on songbirds, beavers. There's studies ongoing now about invertebrates, fish, stream water temperature, because the willows provide more of a canopy. That's a little bit more ongoing work. But the early indicators are the lessening of the number of elk has had a vegetational response. It has been heterogeneous, not homogeneous, and it's not due just to wolves. It's due to a fully restored predator community. And the third point I'll make that's been a source of conflict is it hasn't fixed or restored to Yellowstone. Ecosystems are an infinitely branching tree. And so when you had wolves, cougars, and bears at natural densities in Yellowstone 150 years ago, humans changed that through predator control and bear reductions. That sent the ecosystem down a bunch of infinite branches in this direction instead of this direction if you had left them. And you can't go here and just take it and put it back down at the bottom of that branching system again, if you will. And I think that's been the source of a lot of conflict too. When people say restoring wolves to Yellowstone has restored the ecosystem. That's too of a simplistic statement, and pure scientists got very upset about that and argued about it. But in a nutshell, with a very little bit of the time, that's a quick story.
So,
great.
Isn't he amazing? I learned more than I've learned in probably the past year and a half. Okay, our last speaker, Jennifer, come on up here. Jennifer Ramsey is a veterinarian and a graduate of Ohio State University Veterinary Medical School. She was working in various places and was in, California for a while, and she began working for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in 2008. Her primary role is the leading agency veterinary health program and handling coordinator and chemical, and teaches the chemical mobilization program. And Jennifer is going to talk to us about avian flu and the situation with avian flu. You have the drive.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to make this pretty quick. It's meant to just be an update. I'll give you a little background information. The thing is, right now, the world's experiencing probably the largest avian influenza outbreak ever. So it's kind of a big deal. And I'll just go through what I know, share with you what I know. I'm no virologist, but I'll do my best to at least give you a little bit of background and then tell you kind of how things are going. A lot of this is going to be worldwide data or US data, because if you just look at Montana, we have a very small number of animals tested, so it's more meaningful if we put it into context across the world. But besides that, these birds travel long distances, so they're not just Montana birds. Now we can see if I can work the machine. So this little cartoon is just a picture of an avian influenza virus. Avian influenza virus, it's an influenza A virus. I mean, you probably have heard some of this terminology, these H1N1s, H5N1, which is the one that we're dealing with right now. Those are called subtypes, and that's just based on these proteins, these red and blue things, on the surface of the virus. They're hemaggglutins, that's the H. The neuraminidase is the N. So that's how they kind of tell which virus is which. That's the part of the virus your immune system recognizes and either mounts a defense or doesn't. The nomenclature of these viruses gets really complex. So it's very simplified here. Kind of the one thing I guess I would bring up is you'll hear LPAI or low path avian flu, and you'll hear HPAI, which is high path avian flu. That nomenclature just indicates whether that virus is likely to cause disease or severe disease in poultry, domestic poultry. So the HPAI, the highly pathogenic forms of viruses, are much more likely to cause symptoms and disease in poultry. Only some avian influenza A viruses are highly pathogenic, and it's generally going to be H5s and H7s. Most avian influenza viruses are the low path type. They're naturally occurring in wild birds, generally don't cause any signs of disease. We find these in birds frequently when birds are surveyed. Low path can infect domestic birds, and again, because they're this LPAI classification, they generally don't cause symptoms, or they cause very mild symptoms. The problem is some of those can mutate. Viruses can mutate and change pretty quickly. So now more specifically looking at HPAI, because that's what we're concerned about. These viruses typically are really contagious. They're easily transmitted to susceptible animals. They're transmitted through the feces and secretions of the respiratory tract, but they can also contaminate fomites. So materials, clothing, shoes, food buckets, all those kinds of things can be contaminated with virus and serve as a source of infection. Again, because they're HPAI, severe disease and high mortality rates in infected poultry. And these can be, you've probably seen in the news, some of these cases, they can wipe through a whole poultry barn with really high mortality. Death is usually pretty rapid. And some waterfowl species can be infected, but not develop symptoms. And it really is variable depending on the virus itself. Some of those, like the one we're dealing with now, actually does cause significant mortality in wild birds, but that's not always the case. There can also be bidirectional transmission from wild birds to domestic birds and back to wild birds again. So just some interesting things that folks ask me sometimes. The virus is in the environment. How long is it there for? Really depends a lot on temperature. So this is a little study that looked at poultry feces at various temperatures. These viruses don't like hot, dry conditions. They thrive in cold conditions and moist conditions. So looking right here, wintertime, 39.2 is pretty high for us in the wintertime, and they can survive for 8 weeks in organic material. So when you're thinking about disinfecting for avian influenza, you have to keep in mind that if there is organic material or feces, those kinds of things on surfaces, that can harbor the virus. So you might put disinfectant on there all day, but if that feces is protecting that virus, you're not going to kill it. So you have to clean first and then disinfect. And this is a really tough job if you're in a poultry barn. And they'll go in, they'll depopulate, they'll do all the disinfection, they'll do high heat, and then they'll go back and take samples to see if they've gotten rid of everything. So earlier I said this is a worldwide problem, and this is why. You can see these are the flyways. So there's a lot of overlap. These birds, they go over, they're covering really large geographic areas. These certain waterfowl species are reservoirs, carrying the virus as they migrate. The viruses can mix and mingle and exchange, and turn into novel viruses that can then lead to outbreaks. A typical pattern, which we were hoping we would see with this outbreak, but ended up not seeing, was a flare-up in the fall, fading away during the spring and summer. We did not see that happen. What we saw in Montana, we saw our first case in April last year, so almost a year ago now. We saw a lot of mortality. It did wane over the summer, but this winter again, just got lots and lots of calls. So we are still getting mortalities in wild birds. They're more sporadic right now, regular but sporadic. We can't go a week without getting a couple calls at least. And you've all probably heard about the mammal cases. I'll talk about those a little more as well. So it's still here, it's still active, and it's still active across the US and the world. If you start looking into the history of avian influenza viruses, it gets very overwhelming very fast. These avian influenza viruses in general have been around for a really long time. They probably were the cause of, back in the 1800s, a condition called foul plague that caused lots of mortality in domestic poultry. They figured out in 1901 that that was an influenza virus. And over the years, there have been multiple outbreaks, sometimes human cases. But this strain, this H5N1 subtype, this is currently the most prominent strain worldwide. It was first documented on a goose farm in southern China in the 90s. So a little more history. The first real documentation in wild birds was in some terns in South Africa in 1961. Prior to that, it was mostly a poultry disease. And now we're seeing, since that outbreak, since that detection, these kind of outbreaks and associated wild bird mortalities becoming more common. So HPAI in mammals is also not a new thing worldwide. It is for us here in Montana, but worldwide it's not new. Sporadic H5N1 infections in mammals have been reported for 20 years. Different countries have had outbreaks where there have been poultry or wild bird outbreaks. A large variety of mammals have been infected. Here's a list here. So marine mammals as well as terrestrial mammals have been affected, and also some domestic species, dogs and cats. Right now it looks like, based on the analysis that the labs are doing, it looks like these mammal infections are occurring. They're getting exposed from consuming the carcasses of birds that died, infected birds. So right now they're not seeing any evidence these mammals are transmitting one to another in the wild. However, you may have read about a mink farm in Spain where that actually has happened. But those animals are in really, they're really densely packed into facilities, but they have seen transmission mink to mink. Don't worry about this. The point of this slide was that AI in the US is not necessarily a new thing. So we have some history with avian flu. Montana has avoided a lot of this. As far as wild birds go, we really hadn't, our last outbreak was in 2014-15. We didn't have any documented wild bird mortality in that outbreak, and wild bird mortality in that outbreak was actually quite low across the US. But this one that showed up here in the US in January, it's HPAI, H5N1, and this clade, this specific clade, we're watching that really close, 2.3.4.4b. we're seeing a lot of wild bird mortality, and that's consistent across the world, across the US. The first commercial poultry facility in the US was in February, and in April, like I said, we got our first wild bird documentation, and we got our first mammal in October. So what we're seeing for symptoms in birds, most of them are just found dead. Oftentimes multiple birds together. A classic presentation would be several dead Canada geese on a body of water. Raptors are individual bird mortalities. But when you see them alive, they're showing neurologic symptoms primarily. Generally, we think of this as a respiratory virus, but with these birds and mammals, we're seeing mostly neurological signs. So weakness, lethargy, tremors, they're kind of incoordinated, flopping around, they can't fly. A lot of times the geese, you'll see them, kind of their head will droop, they can't really keep themselves upright. In raptors, this has been a little tricky because we can't tell the difference between this and lead poisoning. They both cause very similar symptoms. So that was a tricky thing for a lot of rehabbers to navigate, especially at first, because they don't want to bring in an AI-infected bird, but they also would like to treat one to bad lead poisoning. So they had to really be careful about that. Geese and raptors right now have made up by far the vast majority of our cases. So in mammals, very similar actually. A lot of times they're just found dead with no clear evidence to any other cause of death, no trauma, nothing like that. For skunks, we found those in clusters, probably little family groups of skunks that all ate from the same source and died. Again, neurologic symptoms, abnormal mentation, so just odd behavior, lack of fear of humans, circling, blindness, tremors, seizures, twitching, head tilts, things like that. So it's causing an encephalitis in these mammals, and what we're seeing are the effects of that. Similar to lead being having similar symptoms to AI in birds, when we have mammals showing these kind of symptoms, we have to think about rabies, and we have to think about Stiffer virus. So most of those mammals that we get and test, we're testing them for all three of those viruses. And the list is quite long of wild mammal species. I put up here that there have been recent detections in some domestic cats. Wyoming had a cat test positive. It was an outside cat, probably got into a bird. And after the fact, there was the landowner reported there actually had been multiple cats that had died. They just got one of them to test. And then Nebraska, I think, had a cat. And then the really kind of concerning one was a dog in Canada that got a hold of a dead goose, chewed on it, got sick and died, and was diagnosed with avian influenza. So this is a little map of Montana that the Department of Livestock put together. It's a little bit outdated already. We found this to be challenging. Every time we put together an update, we get different cases and everything's out of date. But anyway, this gives you at least some idea. The first case in poultry was April 8th, 2022. This map is from February, so it's a bit outdated. 16 positive plots, over 82,000 affected poultry. And that's poultry that have been culled, so not all of those were symptomatic. Our first wild bird was a snow goose from up at Freeze Out, April 11th, 2022. Since that time, we've documented the virus in 24 counties, at least 20 wild bird species, and then our little handful of mammals here so far, raccoons, skunks, fox, and 3 grizzly bears. And this map is a little misleading because you'll see most of our samples are coming from areas where they're highly populated with people. So people are seeing and reporting them. It looks like there's not much going on out here, but I suspect that that's just because it's very rural. And there are probably lots of birds that have died that no one ever noticed. So that's just to give you an idea. And here's our list for Montana bird species that we've detected. And these are symptomatic animals that have died from the virus. And again, geese and raptors by far are the most common that we're seeing. We're seeing really small numbers of other things like ravens and magpies and things like that. And over here are our mammals. We have tested a few mountain lions and black bears, and so far none of those have been positive. So we're going to keep testing. We just got some more skunks to test. Yeah, we'll keep monitoring that. So this map from USDA just shows the number of birds tested positive, wild birds tested positive. So here's Montana, we have 119 tested positive. That's just a scratch at the surface. We have not been able to collect and test every bird that died, but yeah, we tested quite a few. And this map, or this graph from USDA, the only point this is showing is these are bird species. This is across the U.S. The gray bars, that's the category for ducks, geese, and swans. So they are the vast majority of cases. The kind of coral color here, those are raptors and vultures. So they make up the vast majority of cases. Owls are in the purple color. So you can see those birds are by far the most impacted. And this I took from USDA as well. So they do a lot of surveillance, hunter-harvest bird surveillance, and sometimes trapping birds and testing them. And this is Montana's page for them. So there's a sample test of 938 birds, 30 of which had a positive HPAI test. So I know that the biologist for USD goes out to freeze out in places where there's a lot of waterfowl harvest and swabs birds. So these would primarily be asymptomatic birds. So about 3% of those. And this map, I would just caution you, this is just where he sampled. So don't assume that means there's no AI in birds elsewhere. And this is a US map of mammals. And so you can see a list, you probably can't read it from where you are, but big cats, captive and wild, bobcats, brown bear, black bear, dolphins, harbor seals, gray seals, red fox, coyotes, raccoons, skunks, fishers, possums, and otters. So the impacts on wildlife right now there's a lot of uncertainty. There are some questions that everybody's wondering about, and time's going to tell. This outbreak, like I said, has killed more wild birds than any other. So it's concerning because of that. There are some populations in other parts of the world where they are concerned because of the large mortality. Some states in the US are documenting eagle nest failure. Georgia is a good example. They had a paper that they put out that showed there were less than 50% of nests fledged compared to 78% over the past 5 years or so. Impacts to waterfowl in Montana are less clear. You know, talking to biologists and folks like that, they don't feel like right now that they're seeing a significant or observable difference. So that's gonna, we're gonna see what happens with time there. But raptors are certainly a concern. And then impacts to wild mammal populations. Again, the more carcasses infected that are on the landscape to consume, the higher the risk. So hopefully what will happen is the wild bird mortality will wane, and then we'll see much less impact to mammals. And right now, again, because we don't see any evidence that those mammals are transmitting virus to one another, hopefully it stays that way, because if that starts happening, then that creates a bigger problem as well. I'm not going to talk much about poultry because it's kind of outside of my level of, or my area of expertise, but I feel like it's important context to understand. So I did pull some stuff to put on here. Once this virus is introduced into a poultry barn or a poultry flock, you get bird-to-bird transmission, and that's why it spreads so fast. Again, this would be considered the worst poultry health disaster to date in the U.S. Lots of depopulations going on where they're going and have to remove every bird in these huge buildings, these huge barns. These numbers, 58 million birds culled in the US, more than 193 million culled worldwide. The economic cost, this is one resource I found said it's cost the government so far over $600 million. So we have these big commercial poultry facilities, and they're definitely seeing some cost and some loss. And then we have backyard poultry flocks, which are very popular these days, and these are pets, but they're impacted just as well. So this little diagram, I was trying to show some numbers from USD on poultry. And again, these are where I got these numbers from. To date, there have been 58.65 million birds affected. That's not just sick animals, that's animals that have had to be depopulated because they're exposed. Commercial flocks versus backyard flocks, but I would warn you to understand that the bar to be called commercial is very high. It takes a lot of birds. So Montana, I don't even think Montana has any facilities that are big enough to be called commercial, even though there are some pretty big poultry facilities. And this map down here just shows you kind of the distribution across the US. And this map's from April 5th. And Montana, 16 affected backyard flocks so far. I think we're gonna see that change a little bit soon. And over 82,000 birds affected. So that's infected birds plus animals that were killed because they were exposed. And so the question in humans again, not really my area of expertise, but I'm going to tell you what I know. And the resources that I go to are the Montana Department of Public Health and the CDC. They have lots of information on their websites that you can go and read about it and learn about it. But just to be aware that influenza A viruses, they're common. They're very common. They're endemic in some species. Humans have them. Swine have them. The problem you see is when they start mixing. So that's concerning. Both low path and H path can cause infections in humans. And most of the avian flu infections among people, while they're rare, the vast majority of those have happened because of contact with poultry. What else do I want to mention that's on here? Probably that's all. So this clade that we're dealing with right now is the H5N1 2.3.4.4b. These are the known human cases to date. And this is very few compared to a lot of AI viruses. But you'll see some asymptomatic, fatigue only, but there were a small number that were pretty severe and even fatal. This case in the US, there's been some kind of questioning about whether that was a true infection or not, but there are specific criteria that the CDC uses, and when I was on a call with them, they said, well, we're not sure, but it meets the criteria, so we're going to just call it an infection. But they were questioning whether that person might have just had contamination in their nose when they swabbed them. They picked up virus, but the guy was helping with the depopulation in a poultry facility, so he had a really significant potential for exposure. So his only symptom was fatigue, but it can be severe and it can be fatal. So a lot of this stuff I've gotten in conversations with folks from the Department of Public Health here in Helena, and to try to give a little perspective, despite the very wide geographic spread and all the birds affected, there have been less than 10 human cases, so that's pretty low. The current risk to the public is still considered low, but people who are occupational or recreational exposures are a bit higher risk. So those folks need to be aware of this virus and take precautions. This is a point that the virus that we see currently It's not well adapted. It's not easy for it to transmit to a human. The problem is the more exposure it gets to humans, the more opportunity it has to change in a way that will make that easier to happen. So if we can limit exposure, hopefully we can prevent that scenario where it's more easily transmitted to people or even becomes transmitted from one person to another. So limiting exposure as much as possible is important. And there are lots and lots of precautions. General public, you know, we talked to a lot of people because people find birds in their yards or when they go to the lake or somewhere and trying to, you know, make sure that they just stop. A lot of people want to pick up a bird and take it home and nurse it to health. We've had that happen multiple times, and that's an exposure. And you know, some people want to clean up the bird out of the yard and telling them how to do that. So we want to really do everything we can to avoid contact with sick and dead birds. And now we know mammals as well, or surfaces contaminated with feces. We also now know that we need to try to avoid contact with domestic dogs and cats with sick birds, dead birds. And then PPE and good hygiene recommendations are all available online. What the public health department has been telling people is if they have an exposure, they've been asking folks to monitor themselves for 10 days for symptoms of flu. But they do like to hear about those exposures. So they've asked for people you know, to call them and let them know that they had exposure. Waterfowl hunters, there's a slightly different kind of set of guidelines for those folks. This one's pretty much on every slide because we've had that happen. PPE for cleaning birds. It started out, they were just saying wear gloves. Now they're saying wear gloves, a mask wouldn't be a bad idea. Doing your cleaning outside where there's really good ventilation. Practicing good hygiene, so when you're done, wash your hands. Clean your tools. Dogs are really important, keeping dogs away from sick or dead birds. And then always this magic temperature, 165, the magic temperature that we always tell everyone to cook all their meat to. Internal temperature of 165 kills most viruses and bacteria. But, you know, the CDC does say that getting infected from eating food is extremely unlikely. So it's that process where you're handling those those organs and the feces and the respiratory secretions is when you're most likely to get an exposure if the bird were infected. Falconers, there's a whole other set of guidelines for those folks. I don't know if there's anybody in the room that's doing that, but that's another, these birds are susceptible. So taking precautions to limit transmission to those. And poultry owners, I'm a poultry owner and I handle sick birds all day at work and then they go home and deal with my chickens. So just people that have chickens need to be really careful about moving birds around, having good biosecurity in place, minimizing contact with rodents and wild birds that could be transmitting these materials in and out of their coop. And if you're handling wild birds, don't just go home and wear the same clothes and pick up your chicken. So precautions that people can take to limit exposure. Kind of what we're doing right now, frequent communication, basically daily communication with Department of Livestock and Department of Public Health on this issue and keeping each other in the loop on what's going on. That's been going on for a year now. Federal agencies as well, pretty regular, not as frequent, but pretty regular. Continuing to try to work on outreach and education with our comment folks. And just continuing to monitor the situation, documenting cases, taking calls, and testing a prioritized birds and mammals. So we can't test every bird, we can't test every mammal, so we try to take those calls and we try to prioritize them. And these are some of the criteria that would make us more likely to respond and actually go out and try to get the bird. So multiple birds, individual birds in some cases, especially if it's a species that we've not detected virus in, or in an area where we've not detected virus. Birds that are in close proximity to domestic poultry are a high priority. Birds that have had, to which people have been exposed that we think are likely suspects. And now symptomatic wild mammals. Certain mammals found dead. We just kind of have to think through and decide whether it's a likely case or not. If you get a skunk and you necropsy it and find out it's been hit by a car, you probably don't need to test that one. So we're continuing to do that. This is pretty important to continue testing because that's how the labs are going to detect any of that switching of viruses. We send them samples and they can look at those and say, we still don't see any evidence of mammal-to-mammal transmission. It's still the same clade. It looks like things are staying stable. Or are they seeing evidence of this virus mutating and changing? And there's, like I said, there's a lot of questions still that remain. This is a big one, will this virus become endemic now in North American wild birds? It's been here for a year. And we don't know. It didn't fade away over the summer like they have in the past. Is it going to continue to be a significant wildlife health issue? Are we going to continue to see a lot of mortality from it? Or is there going to be some resistance? Will this virus change, become more adaptable to mammals, including people? And that can happen through random genetic mutations or reassortments of viruses. And are there ways to limit impacts to wildlife resources? So all of those are things we don't really know the answers to quite yet. But lots of people are spending a lot of time working on understanding this virus. Questions, I guess that's it. Does anybody have a question for me? All right. Get you off the
I have a question. You said that there's not a lot of evidence of transmission from eating meat. I think it's mostly from...
Well, in humans, and I may have misstated, but in humans, the risk of getting infected with HPAI from eating meat is very low. If a human's going to get infected, the biggest risk would be someone who's handling an actually infected bird and feces or the saliva of that bird.
So these mammals that have been documented with it, like the grizzly bears or skunks, they've eaten something.
Yeah, and so that's an intact bird, and they're getting in there and they're getting fecal material, organs, all those things. So they're getting, the parts that we would avoid eating. We're going to clean the bird. When we're cleaning the bird, that's when our risk is the highest. Once we have that cleaned meat, we'll take it home for it. That's, they're saying that risk is low, but the risk, if there's any risk, if the bird's infected, your risk is greatest when you're handling and processing that bird.
Last question. When you're testing it, you come up with a dead bird. What do you test? What part of the bird do you test?
So what we've kind of come, and we worked with the Department of Livestock's diagnostic lab on this, and what they've preferred for birds is a cloacal swab. So we get the bird, sometimes we get just a swab from the bird from the field. So somebody in, region 7 might just swab the bird and send us the swab. In some cases, they'll send the whole bird because they may think it's most likely to be something else, but we'll do the AI test first because we don't want to open up the carcass and do a full necropsy if the bird's got AI. So we tend to try to test for AI first, get the cloacal swab, send that over. We usually get the results pretty quick, within a few days at most. And then if it's negative, we'll go ahead and necropsy the bird and try to figure out what the actual cause of death is. If it's positive, those birds have to be incinerated. And then mammals, our first detection was on an oral swab from a skunk, but we've transitioned now to sending them the intact head because we want them to do rabies, and they need brain tissue for rabies, so they can do rabies testing, make sure it doesn't have rabies, and then they can test for AI. If that's negative, they're going on and checking for the Spectre virus. And then same thing, if those are all negative, then we are more comfortable going back to that animal and necropsying and looking for a cause of death.
Last question. When these grizzly bears that had it, were they alive when they were handled and then had symptoms?
So these bears were alive, symptomatic, and they were euthanized bears because of their symptoms. And then we tested them and found out why they were showing the symptoms. So, one of them, the theory at the time was that he had been poisoned. And he was walking in circles. He actually kept bumping into this stuff. He was caught and monitored, and he just kept going downhill. And so he was euthanized. And we tested him, and he was positive. So that made sense. But yeah, we'll see what happens now when the bears come back out. They've been sleeping, so that's been we haven't been so worried, but now we'll see whether we see more cases. But skunks, we've been seeing skunks, and the one raccoon, I'm sure there are more. Just people don't really notice, a dead raccoon very often or report it. So like I said, all of these numbers for the birds and for the mammals are just a scratch of the surface of what actually is being affected.
Thanks, Ken.
All right.
So that was sobering. I don't know about you guys, but I'm just thinking, yikes.
What did you have for dinner last night?
Yeah, what did I have for dinner? I had chicken. I'm not walking in circles bumping into you. Yeah. Some people say I do that all the time.
You do remember what you know.
Just swab me first. I'm going to swoop you down first. Okay. So, thank you, Jennifer. That was great. That was really informative and very, very sobering. All right, so now we're moving to our award ceremony. And we're going to close the day with our Montana Wildlife Federation 2023 awards. And our Master of Ceremonies, Chris Marchand, is going to come up and run the award ceremony. So, Chris.
Check that microphone real fast. So Chris doesn't need it. Is that on or is that off? Yeah, I'll pull that.
All right, I'll show. You want to take the other two hands off? Get them off? Sure. Do it. Okay, we're going to have our awards program, but before we started, I wanted to make a note. This is our annual meeting. This is the 88th year for the Montana Wildlife Federation. And we should just say something a little bit about how we got here and where we've been. We started in 1935. If people remember their history, remember how decimated wildlife was. Teddy Roosevelt started things back. The Montana Wildlife Federation was national formed in 1935 when they formed chapters in each of the states. We formed a chapter here, eventually formed chapters in most of the cities. I belong to the Anaconda Sportsman's Club. Our club, I think, started in 1948. And we've become the largest, strongest conservation organization in the state. And I say that, and when I look at Montana, I say this all the time, I don't think that anybody has done in conservation what Montana has done. The species and we're blessed with a landscape where when you think about it, we have grizzly bears and wolves. And not only are we doing a better job than anybody else of trying to restore those species, but we have a better landscape to do it on. And I think when you look at all of our populations and what we have, what we've been blessed with here, this organization has been the lead of that. And there's lots of other organizations, and I say that with a lot of respect because there are a lot of great organizations also in the state. I think Trout Unlimited and all the things that they do at fisheries and for in-stream flows and all of that, those kinds of things. You think of Nature Conservancy and the work that they've done here nationally, Trust for Public Lands. The Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation was started here, and what they do for purchasing habitat, putting habitat into, there's nobody that does that kind of stuff. And Audubon, you could just keep going down the list. And so I think
we as Montana should be pretty proud of what we have done in this state. And we should be proud of what we've done as an organization. And I was just making some notes and thinking about the things that we've done. I've been involved in this organization for almost 40 years. Doesn't seem that long. Now I'm thinking about it too, it's like it's almost half of the history of this organization. I better retire and get the hell out of here. But I think of, you know, a habitat. We did a program with FWP called Think Habitat way back in the 1980s. And I think there's thoughts of resurrecting that kind of a program again because of the importance of it. Stream access that we all enjoy. You know, there was a lot of groups that formed that, but Montana Wildlife Federation was ahead of it. The whole public trust doctrine that we talked about today, we had intense discussions about that, and it has really guided us. We wanted to put it in the Constitution at one point. We eventually determined that wasn't the correct way to go, the best way, but it guides us everything that we do. The public lands, private wildlife public lands access group that does so many good things. Block management program, access to state lands. A lot of people forget about that. It's 5.3 million acres that we went all the way to the Supreme Court to get people access to that. You know, fishing access sites. We don't think about that a lot, but what a great thing to have a fishing access site. So there's all these things that we have done here, and as Montana, we should be proud of what Montana has done. We're proud of everybody. But I think when I look at it, I think that when no one does what we do in advocating for the scientific management of all of our resources, the group that advocates the most for our access to those resources, and the group that ensures that the public's opportunity to enjoy those resources are given out in a fair, equitable, democratic fashion. I think those are the things we stand for. We should be really proud of it. And after 88 years, I think we've got a good history. We should be proud of it. And I think it's a good time to mention it because we've got 8 awards we're going to give here tonight. And I think those people and groups all fit in this history. They're a proud part of that history. So I'm going to start with the first one. We have 2 people we want to recognize for their work as agency employees. And the first one is Lori Hanuska Brown. And she's worked for FWP and has provided great leadership with the development of the state's non-game wildlife program, which is, you know, we all argue about fishing and elk management, but there's so much more to this landscape. And the non-game species, I think, is just a great program that a lot of us take interest in. It's really important. She's provided a lot of leadership. She's also provided leadership and the tenacity in attempting to move bison restoration forward. Boy, is there a more controversial issue that we have been dealing with? And I think we have a lot to thank her for, to keep that issue on a positive ground and to give us the opportunity when the politics doesn't line up with what we want to do, that we're ready to do something. And she's also had really overwhelming support in her efforts to pass the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. So help me thank Lori here. We got a plaque to go. I guess we're good.
I don't know if I want
You want to say something? You can.
I'm a little hesitant to say anything other than thank you. But for those of you who haven't heard, I'm actually leaving the agency this next week. So this is good timing, I guess. I'll be working for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the coordinator for the Prairie Pothole Joint Venture starting in another week here, staying in Helena. But yes, I've had tremendous support from the agency, and in particular Ken McDonald, who is here, who I think is going to come up here probably next, but have really enjoyed working with a lot of you folks. And yeah, I hope to stay involved at least in the Recovering America's Wildlife Act campaign to some capacity in my next role. So thank you very much, guys.
And she's right. We'd like to recognize also as an agency employee of the year, Ken McDonald. Ken has served as the Montana Fish Wildlife and Parks Division Chief for more than a dozen years. Ken is a true professional who watches out for the resources under his supervision, both wildlife and the resource professionals. Ken has worked through some turbulent issues, and he projects a calm and professional demeanor, but is still willing to go to the mat to make sure the resource is well managed. Following are some of Ken's accomplishments. He's the administered FWP, assuming management of the wolves in 2011 delisting. And we talked a lot about wolves here today, and that was not an easy task. He served as the Interagency Grizzly Bear Management Committee. He served on the Interagency Bison Management Plan Committee before it was ended by the governor. We'll look forward to resurrecting that at some point in the future, maybe. He testified numerous times before the Montana legislature, Montana FWP Commission to support wildlife management and habitat. He's worked on the implementation of the elk shoulder seasons. He organized FWP's efforts after the chronic wasting disease was identified in Montana, requiring expanded surveys and testing with few additional resources. We ask us, it's all that, we ask us, every time we have something, we just pass it to FWP. Yeah. But we never give them any more resources, we don't give them any more money, we just say, here, do this. And he's also administered the FWP portion of the Montana Sage Grouse Habitat Conservation Program and served on the Interagency Committee. And I wanted to say something personal that Ken is the face of the department at the commission meetings and so many times in front of the legislature. And I just want to compliment what a professional job he's done, because we rely on the department to provide the science and to provide the facts. And he does that, does it completely, does it fairly. And then we get to argue and throw rocks at him and do everything, but he's been so professional at it that I could not be in that position and do those kinds of things. I just couldn't do it. And I had always admired the diligence that you brought to it. And so congratulations and thank you.
You just have to speak.
Oh, okay. So anyway, thank you very much. It's really an honor, and from a group like you guys, it's a really special honor, and I really appreciate it. Chris did a really nice job of talking about the role of the Wildlife Federation, and you guys probably know better than me, that role is more important today, with the politics we have and the things going on. And one of the things for me, our marching orders have been of late is we only talk about the biology, and the commission and the public has to weigh in on the social side of things. As you guys know, most of what we do is social more than the biology is really easy. The social stuff is the tricky part, and we've been kind of told back off on the social piece. So it becomes even more important for your group and you as individuals to chime in with the commission, to chime in with the agency and with the legislators as well on the importance of the social piece of this, because again, it's as much about that as anything. So I really appreciate all the support we've gotten from the Wildlife Federation, and look forward to continuing to work with you and you guys having our backs when it's important. So thank you very much.
It's working out. The next award we have is the Montana Wildlife Federation Affiliate of the Year. It goes to the Valley County Fish and Wildlife Association for their outstanding accomplishments in the fish and wildlife conservation field. Over the past 10 years, they have provided funding and volunteer help for countless programs to ensure the rights of hunters and anglers and to keep access to public lands open. And they have a list of things here that they did, and the monies that they contributed is significant. It is over 10 years, but still significant. youth education programs, over $36,000. Protection of open lands, with the partnering with the Bitterroot Land Trust, $32,000. Youth scholarships, $18,000. Support for FWP research on elk, sheep, and predators, almost $16,000. Support for FWP game wardens with remote cameras, almost $10,000. Public meetings and legislative issues, season setting, cost over $5,000. Partnered with the Bitterroot Water Forum for river cleanup, $6,000. Public access advocacy, $4,000. And support of other wildlife organizations, $6,000. So we really thank their financial contributions, and also they have been they've been really vocal in our organization too over the time period. So congratulations to the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife. So is there someone here that accepts Mark? Oh, Mark. So Mark's here. Yeah.
I'd just like to thank the Wildlife Federation for this honor. Throughout the years, I'm relatively new to the area and got involved right away with the Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association and saw the good work that they were doing. Although we don't always, as affiliates, agree, we do most of the time. And to paraphrase one of our founding fathers, that if we don't hang together in most of these issues, then we will surely hang individually if we don't hang in there. So I'd just like to continue the support and keep going with you folks. We're doing awfully good work.
One of the legislative bodies they were talking about capital punishment the other day, and they're talking about bringing back hanging, so maybe that's not a trivial comment. We have a special achievement for landowner-sportsman relationship, and boy, this is so important. It's something that we have worked on for as long as I've been in this organization, landowner-sportsman relationships. This goes to the Hackett family of Victor, Montana. They have been a longtime supporter of public access to their Sweet House Creek Ranch and the adjacent public lands of the Bitterroot National Forest. Their lands provide outstanding big game winter range, and they have managed their ranching operations with that in mind. The Hacketts have been enrolled in block management program for years and have recently had their ranch approved by the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission for conservation easement, ensuring that its long-term value for wildlife access by the wildlife and for wildland resources, and we thank them very much. They're not here, but we've got a plaque, and we'll make sure that they get the plaque. The next one, we're calling this the Unsung Hero Award, and it goes to Alan Charles of Miles City. Alan writes a weekly outdoor column for the Miles City Star that is also distributed in the complimentary weekly circulated in the eastern part of the state. Alan worked for FWP in his early years and was one of the initiators of the block management program. But in his weekly column where he fits the unsung hero, his writing is typically based on one of his hunting or fishing episodes about fair chase, ethics, and modeling that is the heart of his every article. Add to that the pleasure of just getting out on public lands, finding leks, working to establish relationships, and knowing neighbors on the public lands. The experience of a good dog as your partner. All these things make his insight invaluable. His writing is witty, informative, engaging, and so readable. And I just wanted to comment that Alan was, when he worked for the department, he attended all of these annual meetings. We've kind of missed him. We haven't seen him since he moved back to Miles City as much, but the block management in that program, that was a lot of work to get that off of the ground initially. And I think we gave him an award years ago, and But it's great to see that, how that program's developed and still here. So thank you. Glad you're still working.
Well, I thank you, and I'm humbled for this award. I wrote my first outdoor column June of 1976. I had been discharged from 3 years with 2nd Armored Division, been raised in western Montana, Alaska, but I got discharged in Texas. Took me a while to get back. But I went down to the local newspaper. I was just starting college, and I said, there's nothing about hunting, fishing outdoors in the paper, San Marcos Daily Record. And I said, I'd be willing to try to write a column. And they let me start, and I've written a column continuously since that time through a variety of careers and published in a variety of places. Today for me has been an incredible day of deja vu. As I listen to topics, I look back things. I spent 12 years as a county chief hunter instructor in Miles City. 93, Fish and Game appointed me as a citizen to chair a committee of landowners and hunters to rewrite the curriculum for hunter ed, to write in more landowner-sportsman relations curriculum, more responsible, ethical hunter behavior. 95, Governor Roscoe appointed me to serve on one of the local private land public wildlife councils, and in conjunction with Kathy and many others, subsequently joined that council, and we brought forward the base rules for block management. And subsequent to that, in 97, the department approached me about applying for a position that I'd watched since they first created it in 87, the coordinator of landowner sportsman relations, which if there's ever a lose-lose proposition, it's something like that. But it was an opportunity for me to leave my job as a government cowboy at Fort Keogh Research Station and join the agency and work on what my life really was about, promoting better relations hunter-landowner, promoting more appreciation for private land access and habitat, public land access, and taking good care of it in our hunting heritage and traditions. So I had the opportunity to do that for 20 years, to work with this organization, as well as other organizations like stock growers, wool growers. I had support from my leadership, both agency directors, people like Ken McDonald, to do that, to go to those meetings as a fish and game employee, fish, wildlife, and parks employee, but I'm a fish and game employee. But ultimately, to go sit in those meetings, as Doug pointed out, to talk with people and to listen to people that may disagree with you, but bring perspectives and hear their perspectives. And I had that support for 20 years. When I retired, opening day of bird season 2016, which was not accidental, I walked away from the agency with appreciation for all the many staff members, but the huge support that we have had from these kinds of organizations, from individuals, for the access programs, for the appreciation of private land, public wildlife access. And I went back to Miles City after commuting for 20 years to a wife that has kept our place going, but let me come back as long as I went down to the cabin pretty often. And since that time, I've continued to write the column. And I promised myself and the publisher that what I would write about was appreciation for Montana and American outdoor hunting and fishing heritage, for private land contributions, for public land, but most of all, not just hunting and fishing stories, but trying to touch people that maybe weren't part of our group. Maybe they didn't own guns, maybe they didn't hunt or fish, but build in them an appreciation for our lifestyle, for the wealth of opportunities we have, and for those wild critters that need care from everybody. So with this, thank you very much. This means a tremendous amount to me. Thank you.
Next one's a surprise award, one we haven't given out for a couple of years. This one really is special. It's the Don Aldrich Conservation of the Year Award. And we're going to keep it in the family. It goes to Tim Aldrich. He wasn't aware of what was going to happen here. He's one of the founding fathers. Here's the reasons. He's one of the founding fathers of the Hellgate Hunters and Anglers, and he's a past board member there. He's a member of the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Region 2 Citizens Advisory Group since its inception, other than wanting to serve in time as a commissioner, serving time as a commissioner. He's a member of the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission under the Bullock administration. He served and led numerous FWP committees such as licensing, trapping, the Madison River use, and a number of others. And he's also a member of the Missoula County Open Lands Board. And last but not least, he's been a longtime member of the Montana Wildlife Federation. And I was, a long time ago, I was president of this organization. And Tim, in a weak moment, got interested in being the president. And he and I went to lunch, and he wanted to know what it was all about. And I bamboozled him into it. And he took over from me. I had served 3 years as president, and he didn't know it, but he ended up serving 5 years when he got in. He really stuck to it. He's the longest serving president we had in this organization. And I really admire what he did, because we ended up, after Tim took over, we went through some difficult times. We had an executive director that had been there and given us a lot of stability for years, and he resigned. You know, he'd run his term and he resigned. And we got somebody in that should not have ever been in the job. And we ended up in a real mess, an administrative mess. And it took us several years to dig our way out of there and get us back on our feet. And Tim was so good because he was an administrative officer for the Forest Service. And I think he had those things happen in organizations, they're going to happen to you. And Tim had all this administrative experience and could see through things. And he was really the right person at the right time to do that. And I always appreciated what he did. So I'm really glad that I can now hand off this award to you.
Try to be a person of few words, but tonight I have to say a few things. You know, Chris and I were appointed to the Region 2 Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee in 2004, I think. And anyway, at that time, Chris was the president of Montana Wildlife Federation, I believe. And I spent a lot of time listening to Chris. He was from Anaconda, you know, and I played athletics in high school and stuff, and I knew a lot of tough kids in Anaconda. I never ran into him, but I'm kind of glad I didn't, you know. But anyway, you know, it was he invited me to a meeting, and I attended, and took up regular attendance, got appointed to a couple of committees, and then one time, over a couple of beers that he bought me, he suggested maybe I'd like to be the president of Montana Wildlife Federation, and I said yes, damn well. So it's been a great trip, and Chris has been one of the people I've always admired and stayed close to during my time with Montana Wildlife Federation. And then I didn't know Montana's wonderful wildlife resources and the opportunities we have to enjoy. So anyway, I thank you so much for this. My dad was also president of the Montana Wildlife Federation for a number of years, and he was the first paid person, I think, when he was lobbied for the Montana Wildlife Federation in the state legislature. And he brought in a couple of pretty well-known people, Robin Tawney and Phil Tawney, you know, join him for the whole session for 1 year at least, and he kind of educated them away and got them involved in it. So my dad was my hero, my other friend, and my mentor and all sorts of things. And it's been a great trip for me with Montana Wildlife Federation since the beginning of this century. So Chris and the department, and Montana Wildlife Federation, thanks for all you've given me, and it's been a wonderful experience to be able to be part of it. So thanks.
Okay, we got 2 more to go. This one is really easy. It's the Les Pengelly Award for Conservation Excellence. Goes to Dr. Doug Smith. I don't know how much more I need to say after that great speech, the great presentation we had this afternoon. Doug started his career in Yellowstone in 1994. He became director of the Yellowstone Wolf Project soon after the wolves were reintroduced. Starting in 2008, he also oversaw the park's bird and elk program. Dr. Smith and his team captured and collared over 600 wolves. He hiked and skied more than 20,000 miles, tracked down wolf packs over 52,000 times, or tracked down wolf packs over 2,000 times, and recorded more than 35,000 hours of wolf behavior. He's balanced work in education and hard science, trying to understand how wolves work in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. He's authored or co-authored 118 publications and 6 books. Doug epitomizes the very best of public service, and we thank him for his incredible contributions to wildlife conservation in Yellowstone, to science and fact-based wildlife management. Thank you, Doug.
Well, this is a true honor and a privilege, so thank you very much. One slight edit is some of those statistics you presented was my team's work, not necessarily all me. The numbers were a little high. But I just want to say thank you for your interest. Wolves are tough, and they are, as Ken mentioned, it's a social science issue. And I think you folks have really struck a nice balance between science and social science and management. And your kind of common sense interest in them is very, very important, because wolf management is just toxic, and it is very hard to get anything reasonable. And so your continued attention is, I think, highly valuable. And sometimes I get excited up here. I've just enjoyed studying them. I try not to make it advocacy at all. They're a very interesting animal, but again, that balance has been elusive for them. And they are resilient to a certain point, but everybody thinks that's the get in a jail free card. That can go overboard at times. And so groups like this, from what I've seen in the past and today, is heartening that there might be some moderation to all-out wolf warfare. So anyways, but I really appreciate this, you guys bringing me in. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
I got to tell a little story when, because I have been on this board for 4 years, and I was on this board before wolves were introduced, and before they were introduced, it was probably one of the most controversial subjects that this group has ever dealt with. And Tom France led the National's office here for this part of the region. Tom was in support of it. National had had endorsed the concept of wolf reintroduction in Yellowstone Park, and he had support from 48 affiliates or 49 affiliates, but the affiliate he didn't have was where they were going to be reintroduced. He never had the support of the Montana Wildlife Federation. And it really made for some interesting conversations and dynamics. Eventually it got done. Eventually we supported it as long as the wolves would eventually be managed by the state of Montana. And so we got through it. And I have to mention it just because it created so much controversy and there was so much uncertainty. And I think today, after listening to Doug's presentation and experiencing all that's happened, it was the right thing to do, number one. It was clearly the right thing to do. But after listening to all this presentation, and all we know, and what I really appreciate, and we wanted to give Doug the word and have him here, is because of all the pure science that he's done. I mean, he's really done the science. And I think that's so important because as an organization, we say, make decisions, let's make decisions on the science first. And he's really accumulated the science and given us better information. But I have to say, after listening to the conversation, as much as he's done, as much as we know, I got a sense that we need to know just as much as what we already know, that there is just so much more to know about it. It is still an uncertain subject, and it still is a subject that is emotional to a lot of people, but I'm glad where we're at, and it's kind of an interesting look at this organization and how we've evolved and how we've gotten where we're at. So the last award we have tonight is the Outstanding Conservation Leader Award, and it goes to Pat Byord. It's presented for his years of unflinching conservation leadership in FWP as a fishery biologist, and then as a leader with the Montana Trout Unlimited, and finally as a member of Montana's Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Commission. He was always willing to stand up for what was right and speak out. You were always an elegant spokesman for Montana wildlife and fishery resources. And he really did serve the last couple of years, really difficult time and in a difficult position. And I think we all just really appreciated how he stood up for our resources and our opportunity. So congratulations, Pat.
Well, this time I'll keep it brief. You may not know it, but for many of you that I worked with or served with over the years, I've been riding on your shirt tails. So it's particularly an honor to be awarded from this group because I've been trying to catch up with you.
We're done.
Okay, that wraps up our day. We've had a long day, but it's been super informative and useful. I hope everybody enjoyed it and got a lot out of it. I certainly did. And we appreciate everybody coming. We appreciate the guests who are here. We really appreciate the people we gave awards to. You are the ones that make it happen. We're just trying to help you out. And for those of you that are interested, you can go to dinner or whatever. We don't have anything formal afterwards. I think there's a board meeting tomorrow, so the board will be here tomorrow, and it won't be in this room. It'll be in another room, the Iron Horse room. But we appreciate you coming, and thank you for your attention all day, and certainly thank you to our speakers who were great. They're really informative. So. Okay, we're done.
Thanks.
Well, I think it's pretty warm outside. Yeah, it's kind of like 50s. I think it's 50. Yep, 51. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's hard to be in here. I know, just to see it. Oh, is it on your, maybe in your neck of the woods?
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be cloudy. It might get you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I looked, I was like, oh.
Emily, pass along my best regards to Eric.
All right, I will do
So
that.
I enjoyed working with him. Doing well in his new position.
Oh, yeah, he's enjoying it. He's staying, you know, he's.
So hopefully your family's all doing well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're doing good. We're chugging along.
So it starts.